This thing. Go hunt squirrels and staple them to a corpse and meet God. Let's play some Dwarf. Completely related. Why is X still Twitter.com? Because Elon Musk is very bad at rebranding, and even worse at actually paying humans to rebrand the site fully. That. Although the lava gold might go away a little bit because we have a very large, crazy aquifer. Anyway, chat, you guys can say hi YouTube if you like. And I would just, I'm gonna be talking about this because this is my job, guys. So you gotta understand the slight annoyance in order to get entertainment on the internet. But it is 9:50 in the morning, and apparently in 10 minutes, gifting subs is gonna be 25% off, and we will be getting a 20% raise on the first, supposedly, for this channel. So technically, like that, the raise starts in 10 minutes because it's just a discount. So this is the new fort. This is Heavensbolt. It's in the same world as Starfield. You know, okay, so since we're talking about Twitter, which is a terrible idea, Animal, while the game is loading, I would just like to state that I've seen some people start calling it 10, as in like the Roman numeral 10. I think as a society, we should just start calling it 10, because then his branding loses and nobody wins. Just take full chaos option. 10. It's clearly just 10. Can the demons you released in Starfield migrate to the new fort? No. So the demons will kind of hover around that area, and theoretically, if you just let it sit long enough, supposedly, hands in the air, jazz hands, supposedly they will kind of exist in that area. So if you adventure to that area in adventure mode or something, you'll run into them. But no, they will not infect the whole world or anything. And eventually that area will become like an evil biome. Eventually, but it'll take hundreds of years. This fortress is right here. Okay, so for a little bit of combination's sake, that's where Boulder's Gate was. All the way up here. And where is it? I have to find it. There it is. Starfield has 1,000 people in it because we did retire it, and we did seal hell off. So, like, Starfield is there and still very successful, even though it's full of demons. I mean, bugs. I mean, it just works. This is the entrance to our new fortress. It's this little thingy. We spent like 2 hours building this fort. I do have some ideas on what we're gonna do with this. This is gonna be kind of our upper trading area. And then this down here is going to be the fort itself. So it's going to be like this 2-layer kind of walkway series of walkways like this with little interconnecting things. And I'm thinking about having multi-layer rooms down in these areas, which would also be pretty cool. So that's kind of the plan for this lower area. Single file walkways on either side. Kind of spreading out slowly. We've got dwarves already making stuff here, and as you can see, we're slightly low on drink, so I'm gonna need to make more booze. But up here on the surface, we are a double biome. We have this lovely little river kind of flowing through it. This is Rocky Wasteland over here, and then this is Untamed Wilds Forest. Actually, I think they're both Untamed Wilds. Anyway, on the map we had giant roaches previously, but currently we have giant flying squirrels, which I can't wait to die to giant flying squirrels. Zordox, hello. You found my YouTube channel about a week or so ago, and chat's flying you away very quickly. And I've been digging deeply and greedily in the archives, and in short, you just want to thank you for your wonderful videos you've made, and all the best of luck for you and your forts. Well, thank you. Thanks for watching the YouTube videos. And enjoy playing Dwarf forts. But yeah, I think we definitely need a giant flying squirrel stapler. This one is terrified while in conflict. I'm not sure what it's in conflict with, but because there's no combat log, but it is in conflict and terrified. So we have giant flying squirrels, which is phenomenal. I managed to let my alpacas and like goats die. You know, I'm good at this. A sudden change in boundary between two very different biomes. Yeah, no, it always looks cool. I'm a big fan of that sort of thing. Also, I did get a notification for up here, but I haven't seen any. that it was raining blood. So we are like right on the edge of a haunted biome. Like we're right here. This is haunted. This is the Fields of Leprosy. The Scoured Desert, and then the Forest of Night is what we're kind of in the middle of. And the Fields of Leprosy is an evil biome, terrifying, but I don't actually think the edge of the map touches that at all, because I didn't settle on it. So I'm pretty sure that there, like, nothing could happen there, but, like, I also could be wrong. So these stairs here were an oopsie. These hit aquifer and filled in. So these ones here are the second attempt, which we've done now. And these are the limestone stairs go all the way down to here. The actual plan, which I haven't enacted yet, obviously, is we're going to channel out all of this, basically, along here. And then I'm going to dig trenches on either side, and that's going to be our Mark's Dwarves kind of zone to fight. But currently, what we need to do is we need to brew booze, which is good. So,
Pride Heart L, Pride Heart R.
Hello, Athros. Thank you very much for the 27th month. But let's real quick read through the dwarves that are in the fort. We do have 19. Because we are in the same world and the same faction as Starfield, if you had a dwarf at the end of Starfield, it is likely they're going to show up. We've already had a bunch show up. So let's read through who's here. Admiral Octalius, Banana Unlimited, Basement Kel, who, by the way, came from the previous fortress. Some of you may remember. Lump is here. Ordith, Raging Cave, Wild Peak, and Yvel are the current dwarves in the fort. Now, is your goat still alive? Your goat will not show up. So we can absolutely give you a dwarf animal. Unless you want to be a new goat. We do have a goat in this fort currently, I think. A nanny goat. Unless you want to be a goose. Or, like, I don't know, a turkey. Animal wants to be a goat? Okay, Animal can be the goat, and then we'll name some dwarves. Animal, the mod, who tries very hard. A stray animal. She never becomes angry and only forms rare emotional bonds with others. Bleh. And has confidence in her abilities and is a pessimist. Bleh. And she is bashful, and she is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. And she is pleased by her own appearance and talents, and she enjoys the company of others and is a friendly individual. She tends to avoid any physical confrontations and works to square this natural tendency with her respective martial prowess. She doesn't mind being outdoors, at least for a time. Be ungovernable. Be a goose. Don't pay your taxes. Be a goose. What? So, who would like a dwarf? Just say pick me, and I will assign some dwarfs at random. Although I'm going to ask you to say pick me for each individual dwarf, so it's going to be a couple of times. Saber. Saber. What do you get to be? Saber get to be this one. Saber. No. Saber. It do be like that sometimes. Clearly came from the previous fortress based on the fears that have happened in your past. He has a very calm demeanor, dislikes obligations, and will try to avoid being bound by them. Is conflicted by this for more than one reason. He can be caught up in internal deliberations when action is necessary. He is very greedy, and he may actively avoids exciting and stressful situations. He tries to do things correctly each time, and he enjoys the company of others. He is swayed by the emotions of others and can handle stress. He is quite polite and takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful. He generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and he wishes this were not the case as he considers altruism foolish. He occasionally overindulges and tends to avoid any physical confrontations and works to square this natural tendency with his respective martial prowess, and he is slow to trust others and is not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he starts to drone when he's exasperated, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at crappy weather. Welcome to the Fortress, Saber. You do dream of mastering a skill, and personally finds introspection to be a waste of time, and sees sacrifices wasteful and foolish, and finds friendship burdensome. You're a novice wrestler, and you've killed a raven. So I'm gonna pick somebody else from this list, and let's go with Space Viking. I can type. Space Viking. Space Viking is lonely after being away from family for too long, which is unfortunate because you have no family. He is confident under pressure. I call bullshit. He finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding and can be very single-minded. He tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions, and he tends to be a little stubborn in changing his mind about things. He's a friendly individual and doesn't tend to hold on to grievances. He tends to be swayed by emotional appeals, and he does not often feel lustful. He has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others, and he does not easily fall in love, and he rarely develops positive feelings. Generally finds himself to be quite hopeful about the future and is not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at crappy weather. He dreams of creating a great work of art and personally is somewhat put off by trade and commerce. He likes native copper, black bronze, adventuring, color pale chestnut, statues, and pangolin men for their overlapping scales and the sound of the vermilion tress, and when possible prefers to consume mussel, rhubarbs, turnip wine, and absolutely hates lizards. Let's pick somebody else. You'll take a Dwarf. We're going to give one to Vinx. For all the raids. He is brave in the face of imminent danger, and he has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. He finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding, and he is a friendly individual. He isn't given to flights of fancy and rarely, and he is rarely happy or enthusiastic. He is conflicted by this as he likes to take it easy and doesn't focus on material goods. He's not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments, and when he gets excited, he often tells stories without any real point. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at crappy weather. Dreams of raising a family, and he personally thinks the pursuit of skills of warfare and fighting is a low pursuit indeed, and he finds the pursuit of skill mastery off-putting and views loyalty unfavorably. Doesn't see cooperation as valuable. All right, chat. Let's do mussels and rhubarb. Mussels as in the shellfish, and rhubarb. They're a shellfish, right? And then rhubarb as in the plant. Not the mussels of rhubarb. Although if the rhubarb rise up and start to like fight the power, yeah, I'm here for it, really. No, that would mean he's shellfish, not selfish. Come on. If you're gonna do this, at least do the joke correctly. He is very shellfish. Very, very shellfish. Speaking of things that are shellfish, chat, if you're a shellfish, I'm gonna stop doing this now. Say pick me and I'll give you a dwarf. I think we'll do one or two more. Anything after what I'm Cool Dan said now qualifies for the next round. Let's go with I'm Viviotic. I like that name. I'm Viviotic. She does not respond to emotional appeals and has an overinflated sense of self-worth, is brave in the faint face of imminent danger, and she is not inherently proud of her talents and accomplishments. She generally finds herself to be quite hopeful about the future and is moved by art and natural beauty, and she is troubled by this since she dislikes the natural world. She often acts with compassion, and she has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications. She likes a little excitement now and then, and she has a greedy streak. And she talks to herself when she's nervous, and when she's greeting others, she always smiles nervously. And she blows out her breath out when she's annoyed, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day, and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at crappy weather. Let's do one more off of this last list here. Someone else who hasn't had a dwarf in a while. Let's go with this dwarf over here with an axe. Cat Dodger. Be ironic if you ended up with a cat. By the way, you are in love with Saber. I'll have you know. Obok, dip mine. You are in love with Saber. Saber. Blah, blah, blah. She is frustratingly sloppy and careless with her living space. Gosh, sounds like my ex. And every task she sets to carry out. She is very curious and sometimes to her detriment. She presents herself modestly and frowns on any flashy accoutrements. She strongly prefers discussions and ideas of abstract concepts over handling specific practical issues. And she feels a strong need to pay back any favor done for her. She doesn't tend to hold on to grievances, and she finds helping others emotionally rewarding. She tends to consider what others think of her, and she is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. And she generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy, and she is disturbed by this as someone who dislikes those who seek to acquire power over others. And she tends to think before acting, and she generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time and dreams of raising a family and personally would have the world operate in complete harmony without the least bit of strife or disorder. You just found a single metal nail worth 40,000. Explain? What? You can't just drop that you found a metal nail worth 40. Eh? That's. Anyway, gifting subscriptions is now 25% off until October 1st, according to Twitch. It was in a cave between some rocks. Are we talking about real life here? Or I feel like I need to clarify. In Dwarf Fortress, a nail worth 40,000. There are nails in Dwarf Fortress? I know that I might be like just sounding like I'm acting dumb here, but I'm genuinely confused. Oh, wait, a god. So, wait, they make those? Wait, hold on. Does that mean I could find like a god metal mortar? I didn't realize that like small adventure mode items could be made of god metal. Does that mean you could find like a god metal bucket? Because that's kind of awesome. Genuinely. And I really want a god metal bucket. Pretty much, palm top. This is a twisted pale metal nail. Huh. I mean, clearly it must be a twisted pale metal nail. So the first thing that I'm running into at this fortress that I go, this is a little bit of a question mark, is where do I want to put my kitchens? So I've got this aquifer wall here, right? And then this aquifer wall down here, which continues down on this side too. So I'm assuming it's going to keep continuing down here because we can see it. So we have this corner here that we can start building. What I'm going to start doing here is channeling down. So I'm going to start building a large open space here, channeling down. I don't know where I'm going to put bedrooms, and I don't know where I'm going to put kitchens. I know that we have a tiny little bit of farming right here. So because I've got a tiny little bit of farming, I think I'm going to start building some of my kitchen here potentially. At the very least, like seed storage, and some of the food storage. And maybe we should put kitchen up here, and we can just make this into more like growing area. That would probably actually make more sense. So if I go up to here and I go, all right, so right there, doink, and right there, doink, and right there, and right there, and right there, and right there. These, well, let's actually do this way. We're going to grab the channel tool and go there, and there, and there. Perfect. I doubt it. I doubt it. I mean, I'll try and dig around it and see where it goes, but I doubt it's perfectly shaped in any way. I'm limiting the dwarves that can do plant gathering because everybody was plant gathering a second ago. So we're still in the same world, meaning we are still in the very, 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 very low resources map, and I haven't found anything yet. There's fluxstone and iron here, supposedly, and also supposedly gold. Haven't found any of that yet. So that's a little worrisome. You see gems? Sure, certainly. I mean, like, there's some milk opals here. We got plenty of gypsum. There's lots of stuff. But I haven't found any metal yet. So that is worrisome. Slightly. What's going into the trough down at the bottom? Probably water, but first I need to slowly get everything out. We're gonna get power and other things out of there eventually. And then I accidentally put this barrel into here. But part of my plan actually is to go into here and remove all seeds that aren't like the 2 that I need, basically, which is going to be Plump Helmet and Pigtail. So the only thing that's going to actually end up going into here is Plump Helmet and Pigtail, and then I'm going to move, I think, the kitchen up top here. But we could end up doing a little bit more farming here because I'm getting a little bit of drain from this side, so maybe we'll end up doing some farming up top too. But right now, the thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to make a couple pit ponds. Pit ponds are one of the easiest ways to start a farm because it's the very quick and easy way to get a bunch of water into a place. So we're just going to do this. Oops, that's a water source, not a pit pond. I need a pit pond. This one. Put it to pond. And 2 more. Put it to pond. And I could tell him to throw animals into the pit pond. Very effective way to get rid of stuff. But we're not going to do that. I'm going to do both sides. Probably don't even have enough buckets to actually do this efficiently, but hey. There we go. What, what's going in the trench? No, nobody's asked it. It's fine. Ace man. Dull Rock not good enough. Many dwarf ancestor live of Dull Rock and claim Dull Rock good enough to eat. Young dwarves nowadays not have respect for natural order of mineral distribution and beards. Small like brain, shiny rock just distract. I feel like I just lost brain cells reading that. Thank you. I greatly appreciate you. Like, I am a less intelligent person having just read that. I'd love a game setting that had to have stockpiles not touch allowed bins and barrels. I wish that there was a setting to just make all bins, or bins and barrels not be the default. Like, I would just love that. Like, if we could just have, like, a setting that just makes nothing automatically use bins and barrels, that would be a very good day, in fact. Like, I would be very happy about that. If they just, like, straight up got rid of the bins and barrels on by default. Because, like, I do want bins and barrels sometimes, but I rarely want it on by default, if that makes any sense. Like, it's very rare that I'll actually want, like, right when I make a new stockpile for it to have bins in it. It's very rare. But, you know. Maybe there's somebody who really likes their bins, so. Bottlenecks or barrel bottlenecks. Barrel bottlenecks is hard to say. Thank you. Barrel bottlenecks are a serious issue. Well, as long as it's not bottled barrel necks. Dwarves are continuing to make more booze, which is a good thing. More water is continuing to get dumped down here. Should hopefully be enough water that can make another little square growing spot down here. We've got plump helmets planted with the pigtails. She'll love to see. But yeah, looking forward to starting a new fort. It's been a little bit. New fort theme? Well, I mean, theme can clearly be found by typing in !goal, but I don't really have one for this one. I kind of had them for the last few, and it always kind of takes a little bit, so we'll get there. I mean, we're still in the same world. Not everything I do has a strict theme, but usually within a couple of hours of play, I figure out a theme. I kind of have like some construction ideas that I want to do with this one that could be considered a theme, but I don't know if I'd call that a theme. But like I said, just type in !goal and you'll find it. How am I today? I'm all right. I had a pretty good weekend. Yourself? Just plop sandstone down around these spots. Take on the elves? Because I definitely haven't been doing that. That's not, like, a change to the theme. I'm pretty sure this faction's already at war with, like, 2 or 3 elvish factions. You say that like it's a new thing that we definitely weren't doing for the last fort. Yeah, no, something to do. I agree with that logic. I might steal that Pitbull going forward. And people are like, what's the theme? Gotta think about that for a bit. But yeah, taking on the elves isn't a theme. Like, especially when people talk about themes for forts. Taking on the elves isn't a theme. That's just something that happens sometimes. Send bolts to heaven and smite the demons? I mean, possibly. Yeah. To theme or not to theme? That is the theme. We take on all elven dancers? No. You'd have to pay me a lot of money to do that. Initially, I read that as twerk, and then it got worse. Guilefin? Is that how you say that? Thank you very much for the brand new Prime subscription. Here's friend. Collect all the books and then become evil? Mm-hmm. I mean, I've done some evil forts recently. Baldur's Gate was pretty evil. I did throw a lot of kings and nobles into lava, so... I prefer them being a pet store, honestly, because the livestock they bring are pretty valuable. In regards to elves. Need to go this way. Whoa, Dylan Artho, thanks for the 5-pack of gift subs. I mean, they are on sale, so it's free real estate, but not quite. But you know what I mean. Thank you very much for the 5-pack of gift subs. The first gift subs of the week. Chat room, can I get a big round of beers? And also, once again, thanks for that Prime subscription a minute ago there, friend. Finally able to celebrate the new job. I mean, celebrating the new job right when stuff goes on sale is very good timing. I gotta say. Okay, we'll let that do its thing for a little bit. Also gonna place these up here. And so down here is kind of our expedition leader's office. This up here is going to become our kitchen once this is done being filled, which is once there's some water there, which is the one spot I didn't put a pit pond. Holy Kai, thank you very much for gifting a subscription as well. 6 weeks to get the finances stable. You knew it would get there. You just needed to see it. Yeah, no, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. But you take priority, right? I'm just some idiot on the internet talking into a microphone. So take care of yourself first. Am I just making sandstone blocks? Is that what I'm doing? Oh, just rock blocks. All right, well, at least sandstone's what's close by. What's up, Dirk Kubinator? But thank you very much for the hype train, chat. Once again, gifting subscriptions right now is 25% off, as well as also subscribing for the first time, because we're in that time of year where Twitch likes to do sales. So if you are like AWOL Nation and like a sale, then, well, things are on sale currently. Twitch. Just came home from work. Gotcha. I'm at work right now. If this counts as work. I think it does, personally. But, I mean, you decide. Thank you very much for the round of beers here. Also, how are you doing? Let's do this. Have my forts be like shale. You know what I think is very, very funny? How many people in the world have suddenly just decided that Imagine Dragons wrote that song? They didn't. It's AWOL Nation. Very different band. I swear. People should know this. It, like, surprises me every day how many people think Imagine Dragons wrote that song. All right, so there's water everywhere I need it, so I can get rid of all these now. You got Mandela? Yeah, no, it's not Imagine Dragons that wrote that song. I am using DF Hack. You're just not very good at spotting it. But I don't use the majority of DF Hack's features, so I disable the overlay, because I find most of them more annoying than helpful. I just think that automating a game that's already pretty automated is kind of a redundant thing to do, because the game already is pretty heavily automated, so why would I remove more of the game in exchange for more automation? I never fully understood that. All right, so we are going to fill the majority of this in with the exception of this corner so I can round it off a little bit later. And let them just go do that. G'day, Lakayla. And then we're gonna fill in that. Smurf Anthem. See, here, I thought you were gonna make a blue people meme. Also, I haven't heard the word smurfing used in that context in a minute, but I guess it just kind of goes to show the kinds of games that I associate myself with these days. All right, so let's make ourselves our kitchens.
Less than 3, less than 3.
Troopin, thank you very much for powering up that hype train a little bit and resubbing for a 19th month. Welcome back. It's good to see you. Hope you've been well. And I'm going to do... let's also do a kitchen. And Ventos91, thank you very much for that Prime subscription. Cheers, friend. Okay, do I have any extra hatches? No, I don't. Okay, so now we get to make ourselves our food stockpile.
A bit more for the train.
A little bit of choo-choo in my life. Vinx, thanks for the $1. And Silohelic, which is a name that I always butcher. Thank you very much for the Tier 2 subscription and the 9th month. Appreciate you. Once again, gifting subs are currently 25% off. I'm not going to put prepared meals. Well, actually, no, we'll put prepared meals in here. I'm not going to put drinks in here, though. And I will put seeds, except for Plump Helmet Spawn, or except for Plump Helmet Spawn. So, pigtails, Plump. There you go. And that's going to be our food stockpile.
Very nice.
Ferexis, thank you very much for the 3rd month with Prime. And Elfie Bean, thanks for the $1. I think I said hi. Or thanks to Elfie for the $1. All right, so that's that half. This lower layer down here, hopefully we'll get this barrel moved out eventually. Keyword is hopefully. Now that they have somewhere to go. And... I think what I need is I need some craft dwarf shops. And I'm thinking I'll put them over here and we'll start working on rock pots. Is I think what we're gonna do. Unless I want to put them in here. I don't know if I want to just cram them both in the same room. I don't know if I want to just cram them both in the same room. Let's go here and just do something about this big. Just use sandstone. We'll make some Dwarf shops over there. Most of the commands in DF Hack are disableable. The one I use is Disable Overlay, which disables all of its features with the exception of a few hunger pop-ups. So if I just want to launch DF Hack to, like, I don't know, clean or fix something or look for stuff, I can do that pretty easily without having to, what's the word? Actually have the automated systems running in the background. Animal, thank you very much for gifting 5 subscriptions. You're surprised that your gift leader has lasted up 5 whole minutes? Well, I mean, you were the first person to gift subs this week, so thank you. Generally, the first person to do it gets first for a little bit, although Animal's in second, even though alphabetically Animal should be in first, but congratulations on continuing to be first, Telenartho, over Animal. And Animal, thank you very much for the 5-pack of gift subbies. Appreciate you, man. So this over here is going to be where drinks are going to move to, because currently we have this up here, which can go away. This can also go away. Animal, thank you very much for gifting another subscription. Out to Goon. And Fried Onions wants you to post beers, chat. Yes, you is number 1. Master Spike, thank you very much for the 9th month. Hello. And now Animals first. Yeah, well, if nobody mentioned it, Talon probably would have held it. But it's not a contest. The fortress attracted no migrants this season. Well, I did, in fact, not trade with anyone from home, so that's probably got something to do with it. If I were to bet, let's make some crafts. Let's make these out of dolomite. It's a nice material, nice color. And I will go rock pot. What material are we going to make these out of? It's like all of them are flux. Let's go with limestone. Sure. And let's just make 100 of them, because we'll be digging up more limestone, I'm sure. I'm confident there'll be more limestone dug up. Ghost Bat, hello, how are you? New fort, how lovely. Yes. Heavensbolt. A fort that I do at some point aim to defend mostly with bolts. But, you know, one thing at a time, realistically. Currently still trying to get, you know, food set up. And that's it. Dwarves are bringing all kinds of plants in. And Banana Unlimited is injured and unconscious. He fell? Did I ever build a hermit fort? You mean playing the game in super ultra stupid boring mode when you only have 1 dwarf? I've done them with 5. I did like an island survival fort. Not like the hermit thing specifically where I had 5 dwarves. I mean, it's painfully slow. But no, I haven't inflicted that particular self-harm on myself recently.
Can I have a dwarf? I never got one before.
No! Well, sure, I can give you a dwarf. Bribe me with money and you'll get a dwarf real quick. How about this one? Ernamo. He personally feels helping others to be an imposition on his time and never acts without prolonged deliberation, even to his own detriment and the harm of those around him. That's familiar. He does not find most jokes humorous and does not trust others. He doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living, and he is conflicted by this since he values harmony as an intellectual concept. He is not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments, and he is quite ambitious. He tends to hang on to grievances, and he tries to do things correctly each time. He's moved by art and natural beauty, and troubled by this as he dislikes the natural world, and he has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others and does not handle stress well. He begins to talk more slowly when he's angry, and his hands are animated when he speaks. He inhales sharply when he's angry, and needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time. Thanks for the $2 and pennies. Holy Kai, appreciate you. 20 seconds left on that hype train. Once again, gifting subs are on sale. It's the last time I'm saying it. So he's Italian. I mean, do Italians talk that way? I don't know how Italians talk, to be honest with you. Most of my knowledge of how Italians speak comes from the Ferrari Formula 1 team. With their hands, I suppose. But thank you very much for the 20 subscriptions and the $4 and 2 pennies in biddies. And like I said earlier, subscriptions are on sale because it's that time of year. And that's going to continue until the last day of the month. Subscriptions being on sale. And then on the first day of next month, I just get a 20% raise. Dwarf sounds like you. Oh, that's either a good thing or a horrible thing. Really should hotkey this fort. Let's do F2 here. And F1. No. F1 right there. There we go. And good morning, Mac Daddy. How's things? Okay, so these are now making limestone pots. Should be coming in pretty quick. Let's jump over to labor. Let's go to kitchen orders. I'm going to go to seeds. And I'm going to say, yes, you can cook carrot seeds. Yes, you can cook cave wheat seeds. Maybe not cave wheat seeds. Yes, you can cook fisherberry seeds. Yes, you can cook ratweed seeds. Yes, you can... yes, you can cook ropeweed seeds and sweet pods. Not plump helmet spawn. Please don't cook my drinks. And there we go. So. Let's do that. And meal. Start making some meals. Are cave dragons common in this version? It's got nothing to do with version, but everything to do with the worlds you generate. So, are they common in this version? They're as common as they've always been. Are they common in most worlds? No. You have to generate worlds specifically for that if you want to see cave dragons. I mean, I've talked about this many times. I've seen 2 cave dragons ever. Which I know some people are just like, I think cave dragons all the time, but that's just kind of the way this game works. Sometimes there will be, like, worlds where it'll be a super common thing, and then sometimes there will be worlds where it won't be. And you'll never see them, ever, so. But if you want more cave dragons, you have to increase their spawn rate in your world gen. Because you caught 2, are they a breeding pair? I think you probably just got lucky. What's up, Gizmo? Heatstone? Oof, that's a while back. Heatstone's the thing about like watching my old series is like there's so many of them. I actually wonder if it's humanly possible to catch up. Because, like, over the years, I've had people are just like, I'd love to watch your streams, but I can't catch up on the VODs. It's like, well, I guess you're never going to watch my streams then. Because, like, good luck. In most instances there. That's a young world? Well, congratulations. Guess you'll be playing in that fort for a very, very, very long time. I would say. Because they won't get full grown for like 300, 400 years. The bro in that sentence, Holy Kai, makes it sound entirely like sarcasm. But yeah, it is one of the fortresses that's done well recently, view counts wise. Although the part 1 for this VOD got like 1,000 views overnight on the second channel, which is kind of bonkers. I think that's like the best launch of a new series I've had on the second channel since launching the second channel. So that's kind of cool. Which stone is that lovely warm stairs? I don't understand the question. You mean like heat stone? Which stone is heat stone? Question mark? I need a year-long hiatus from streaming? Why? What? I would go bankrupt, animal. I'm sure that there's like some, that's how you make profit punchline to this joke, but. Heatstone, hey? Holy Kai? I mean, I have no idea which ones of my... Like, it's really hard to quantify, like, how many people have downloaded my different save files. I mean, like... Where is it? So I clicked on first. So that's the button I was looking for. How many people have downloaded Heatstone? 22 people. Gets an average of 0.19 downloads per day. So you're one of 22 people, I guess, Holy Kai. I was just curious about how many people had downloaded that save file. So I was like, it can't be that many. It can't be some crazy number of people, which it's not. But okay, so I need to fill in this center bit a little bit. I need to figure out how I'm going to do these corners because I don't currently know. We're also going to dig a little bit further this way and see if I'm going to hit the... see if I hit more of an aquifer. Actually, yeah, we'll do it this way. I'll dig the bottom trench last. You downloaded it 22 times? I mean, I wouldn't put it past you. Oh, did I screw this up? I super duper did. I used the wrong digging tool. I used channeling on either side, so I'll have to pause. Not too big of an idea or issue, really. But a little bit annoying. I need to get back into that, like, habit of hitting M. Yeah, luckily I screwed it up right before an autosave. Yeah, it's great. I mean, it's fine. I'm kind of planning on changing the base levels anyway, but what's... Whoops! This looks like New York sewage systems. Interesting. I'll take that as a positive feedback on my fortress design. And not like you saying that my fort looks like a toilet. But, huh, thank you, I suppose. Maybe Grumble? Chat, should I take that positively or negatively? Like, does New York have good sewer systems? I guess is the question. The center thing is gonna get that. Great. There we go. I can make this work, it's fine. Because this right here is limestone floors, so limestone there. It depends on the material, is all of the knowledge that I have. Highly depends on the material. But I also haven't done
I had a prime up
the science.
to woo. Sub time.
It's funny. Twitch does such a bad job telling people that they have primes that they can spend. It's almost like they don't want them using it. Also, hey, Cramp. I only heard about alligators in New York sewers and saw movies about it. Ah, yeah, naturally. I mean, I'm sure that film was a documentary, right? About the horrific murders done by alligators in New York subway systems. All right, well, that cleared out pretty quickly and easily. Painless. It begins. My actual design for this fortress begins. So here's the real question. Are we going to run into more aquifer? Because clearly we are. It's just a matter of how much aquifer are we going to run into. Let's do a little bit more carving on this side. Maybe add in a little bit here. Okay, well, that's about as far as we can go. That looks relatively natural. No, I do plan on doing nifty waterfall-related things. Because, like, the aquifer is on this side, right? Like, I've got nothing against having a nice cozy aquifer powering my things. Now is the question of, do I want to remove all of these walls? Or do I want to smooth them and go that way? I also need to start building a military, so I'm guessing next migrant wave, whenever that happens, because we should also get traders. Whenever the next migrant wave happens, we will begin building a military. And hopefully by then I'll have something that isn't just like bone bolts to train them. No aquifers run out of water in Dwarfort. Caravan has arrived. I'll be honest, I completely forgot that I set up that notification to jump like that. On how to make dwarves get to cleaning? Assign children to only cleaning? Oh yeah, we did find some metal. I found native platinum in this wall. So there is that. Guess I could just, like, cut some gems. Ambertron, we'll see you later. Big Box, thank you very much for the tier 1 subscription. While subscriptions are still on sale. Thanks to mist generators? Yeah, you have to deconstruct and reconstruct the floor. They'll never clean that mud up. Unfortunately, dwarves don't understand the concept of cleaning mud. So if you want to get rid of mud, you have to construct and deconstruct floors. My expedition leader meets with the Duchess consort, Dodic Samulogum of Starfield, and they say, I am your liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. I'm going to request iron. And they want amulets for next year. Well, we can definitely bring them amulets next year.
Where does the time go?
You're going to have to ask a time scientist about that, because I'm no time scientist. I'm just some dudes trimming on the internet. But thank you very much for the 6 months of subscription. Dogs, one up. Here's friend. Are those ping noises coming from your game? No. Chat, are ping noises coming from my game? Are you hearing ping noises? Because I'm not hearing ping noises. Good question, Rav. How you doing? Chat, come on. We can get a round of beers, I think.
It looks like to me that Twitch is moving Prime to the background BCS. It earns them diddly do. And it's also easy to forget about something that isn't actively notified about.
Mm-hmm.
It's yours today.
Thank you very much for that Prime subscription. I appreciate you. No, Twitch has been doing its damnedest to hide Prime as long as Prime's existed, so, like, it doesn't really surprise me. But not finding anything? Well, it's not me. I would recommend muting my stream, and if you keep hearing them, it's definitely not me. But let's trade a couple gems. We are waiting for one more gem. There it is. And my broker decided to go get a drink, but let's trade. So it's going to be first gem for first bar of metal. Second gem, second bar of metal. Third gem, third bar of metal. Fourth gem, fourth bar of metal. There we go. And next year they're going to want amulets, but we're going to sell them some more gems, I think. You had a fortress with a civilization of 1 pop and zero cities. Likely that king is a refugee kidnapped somewhere too. Unless like you were playing a fortress and the faction had 1 population and it was just a city. But yeah, it's likely they're a refugee, like kidnapped somewhere. Bring more gems over. Genuinely don't particularly like selling gems because they feel too valuable, but... You has made rice meal? There you go. Rice is good. I do in fact like rice, quite a bit. I should eat more rice, in fact. All right, so we're going to trade for that last iron bar, and I'm going to collapse most of these, and we're going to go down to the food section. They brought a bunch of random drums and musical instruments and barrels and things. While I would like to buy some of these things, I feel like it's probably wise for me to just trade for a couple plumpies. Just a couple, not a ton, just a couple. And give us some general food variety. Like all these spinach leaves, or we'll buy these capers. Buy those leaves and fruit. And some meats. Until the thing goes yellow. There we go. And trade. Thank you very much for your business. There was plenty of fun involved, and the VODs are all up now if you want to go watch them. But yeah, we did retire it at the end. After a whole bunch of fun. This is still the same world and the same faction. Starfield has 1. I mean, I don't know. How are the reviews doing for Starfield? Last I checked, they weren't so hot. Mostly positive. Okay, still 75% positive. I mean, clearly one Dwarf Fortress. Have you never won Dwarf Fortress? Obviously, when they say Starfield 1, they mean Starfield 1 Dwarf Fortress. I have a question. Where did the memes of referring to Starfield as Garfield come from? I don't get it. Like, genuinely, I don't get it. Let's make more rock blocks. I think you're confusing dwarfs with children. Snowcade? I think you're confusing two things. I could be wrong, but it does seem that way. You read it as Garfield Day 1? Really? Happy to help, Tasty Potato 11. I have a question. What happened to the other 10? Were they just too tasty, or? Okay, wait a second. So Tasty Potato ate the other 10. What does that say about, like, Sentient Potato and, like, Devilish Potato and Potato King and all the other potato regulars we have in this channel? I mean, we have a consortium of potato here, and the many potatoes may be concerned that you just ate their kind. This is a weird hole of bullshittery to fall into. I just realized I have a lucky number 777 of subscribers. I feel very blessed. Thank you, chat room. Let's go down to here and go to food. Add everything to it. No plump helmets. And no pigtails. Oh, also no drink. Let's make wooden minecarts out of ash. Sure, why not? You know, I feel like Starfield would run about as badly as Stalker, so I feel like that would probably be a pretty awful thing to have to play. just gonna put that out there. So this is gonna end up being a give stockpile. It's gonna give to all my tavern and other food storage locations. And over here, we're also gonna make another one of these, except for stone storage, and it's gonna be accessible by these 2 locations potentially. I think how I can do this. Yeah, we can do it this way. This is just going to be for economic, other, and clay, which I don't have any of right now. And you can also be for the same thing, so I'll just go stone, custom, no metal. And we're going to build a minecart track going this way. And I'll have to make 2 minecart routes for those. Goal? I think it's the command you're looking for, Rami. So now I guess another question I have is, what do I have for pickaxes? Wow, I haven't opened the stock screen yet. You know, it's kind of funny. So it's kind of funny. Dwarf Fortress, you know, has those little pop-ups when you pop up a screen you haven't opened up yet in that particular run. It gives you the little tutorial pop-up. Most of you probably know I record community forts, which is just footage of other people's fortresses. It's really funny when somebody sends me a link and it's like, this fortress is 400 years old. I've been playing this fortress for 400 years, blah, 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 blah. And then I will, like, hit the nobles button and I'll get the tutorial pop up. You know what I mean? And then, like, none of the nobles will be satisfied, but it's like a 200-year-old fort. It kind of happens a lot. Well, maybe not two. It's like a 100-year-old fort or something. Like that's happened a number of times. It's like, this fort is 70 years old. But I haven't looked at the world map yet. Are the swamp biome ambient noises? Well, there are no pings happening. Weekend enjoyable. We've talked about this, Tele. Rephrase your question. We've talked about this many times. I'm being a hard ass today, but we've talked about this many times. At one point, you want to throw nobles at lava? No, because then new nobles just inherit their positions, which is terrible. So no, you kind of just want to keep your nobles, because nobles keep your other dwarves happy, which nobody seems to believe me, but that is how that works. Nobles literally act as therapists for your other dwarves. They go and they yell at them, and then the other dwarves get happy thoughts. So if you have a happy noble, the entire fort just naturally becomes happier. So few people believe me. They're just like, no, you want to throw nobles in lava. It's like, yeah, but like, have you ever tried just keeping your nobles happy? Like, genuinely? Makes the game so much easier. Yeah, no, you said enjoyable. Just ask how my weekend was. Don't ever presuppose positivity. My weekend was pretty okay. I had a good weekend. I went to 3 shows. It was fun. But we've talked about this. We've talked about this many times. If you want to ask me how my weekend was, ask me how my weekend was. Don't presuppose positivity. Because I very rarely am positive. This weekend, I'm in an okay mood. I had a good weekend. But, like, that's a very rare thing for me. How was my weekend? Pretty okay. Yeah, went to 2 concerts. It was a good time. Had fun at both of them. The second one was quite disappointing, and I will never go see them again, which was Beast in Black. Unless it's, like, free or they're an opener to a band I really like, I have zero intention of seeing them again. That was a very disappointing show. I don't like it when bands lean so hard on the backing track, I can't tell what they're actually playing and what is the backing track, which was very much the case for that show. And it's even worse when, like, it's very clear that the crowd loves it because it's just like, cool, you're just like promoting and supporting this kind of lack of artistry in music. That's awesome. Have I moshed a bit? On Saturday, yeah, a wolf mother. There was moshing had. Let's add in our first route. This one is going to be called Rocks in Mason Area. It's going to have boulders. And that. And they're going to load from here, on this side. Meanwhile, and then over there I can stick a minecart in there. Then there's going to be this one, which is going to be for food in first kitchen. And it's just going to load food. I'll just leave seeds in here. This will actually slowly filter it out. And inaccessible from first stop. Ah, I've made this side inaccessible. Whoops. Let's do this. I know how I did that, but I was planning on remedying this, but I just kind of didn't. I was too busy working on that. There we go. I'll be fine. How was the other concerts? Fine. Like, I said, there was one that was horribly disappointing. One was really good, and then the other one was really good. Two were really good, and one was horrifically disappointing, and I will never go see them again. All right, let's go. Limestone around the edges. Oh. We're stuck in a net, so I'm going to pause. When you were in the Navy and one of your chiefs would respond, "Have a good morning, chief," with a growl, "Don't tell me what to do, sailor." Yeah, that's pretty much. Have a good morning. Fuck you. I'll have exactly the kind of morning that I want, pouting in the corner. Thanks. Peh. No, my weekend was fine. They do actually seem to help. Nobles are like a net positive to have around. Having a bunch of nobles, and like the best kind of nobles though are like the religious nobles that get appointed to temples and stuff like that, because they are the reason I think they are the most valuable is they provide all of the benefit with none of the effort on the player's side. So it's the most efficient. This is a really cringe marketing email I just received. It's a really efficient method of like cheering all your dwarves up, and they get the empathy, so they get all the positive thoughts, and your dwarves get the positive thoughts, and it's like minimal effort on behalf of the players. So, is the channels for Aquifer Flow? It will be once I open the Aquifer. Okay, so you can always make the demanded items. They very, 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 very rarely will demand a specific item made out of a specific material, but they get a huge mood boost if you make the item. If you don't make the demanded item, so let's just say they want a tin cabinet in their dining room, right? If you don't make that, you get no negative backlash from that. They just get kind of upset and eventually forget. Okay? So one dwarf gets a negative moodlet if you can't make the item. One. Nobody goes to prison, and they get upset. Okay? Item embargo and exports, okay. I will agree with you. But the vast majority of the items they can request for export are irrelevant. Unless it happens to be like shirts or socks, or something that you're producing a large amount of in quantity that you have to offload. Unless you're doing that, and they happen to block that item, then okay. In most cases, you can pick who becomes your demanding nobles. You can assign manually the nobles to Baron, and generally have some say over who's your king or queen, because you can remove the king or queen if you don't like them. and then a new one will show up usually. So just keep that in mind. It's like, yeah, no, it is very, very easy to keep them happy. And even going to prison and dwarves breaking laws makes other dwarves happy. So, like, adamantine Toya's request, that's perfectly easy to do. You just need some adamantine. Come on. But any Dwarf Fortress player worth their salt can get you some adamantine. It's when they ask you to start giving them, like, a bed made of opals that it becomes difficult. No, it's... Even when dwarves go to prison, that's a positive thing. Right? You might find it annoying that you're like, man, 12 of my dwarves are in prison. You have a good night, Stone. Oh man, 12 of my dwarves are in prison. That sucks. No, it doesn't. Because half of them get, I feel repentant while they're in prison, which improves their moods greatly, right? The other half get guilty and they get a little upset. But then every single dwarf in your fort that values the law is happy. That's related to the royalty. Because family member received justice through a criminal's conviction. And the dwarves like that. So, prisons are good. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. I'm just saying, there literally is no negative to having nobles. People just get all bent out of shape about them asking for you to make items. And it's like, well, you don't even need to. What? Okay, so you know what you should start doing, Sentient Potato? Start putting shields everywhere on pedestals, because they look cool, and make the rooms more valuable, which make the dwarves happy, and start building spear traps. You can put 10 spears per spear trap, and they ask for, what, 3 every other month or so? I see no issue. It's just about you, like, better accommodating the noble's demands, really. I think that this is simply a skill issue that is very easily remedied. You just need to dedicate more to your fort. You clearly are not dedicated enough to the dwarf, and your frustrations are simply proof of this. Yeah, that too. Mm-hmm. And although that only really happens if the captain of the guard is too obnoxiously strong, which admittedly does happen sometimes. Keeping nobles happy is so easy in your experience? Yep, no, I agree. I will never fully understand a lot of the player base's frustrations about nobles. If you ignore them, you're not really punished for it. And if you keep them happy, they are a net positive to the operations of your whole fortress. So, I don't know. Also, once again, chat, today is actually going to end up being a rather short stream. Because I have an appointment this afternoon at 4. So we're only going to end up streaming for about 6 hours today. Which is like a perfectly normal length of stream for a normal streamer on Twitch, but I guess I'm not normal, so. Tomorrow and the day after will be longer streams. And there's a couple games I would like to check out tomorrow and the day after. We'll be doing some games in the evenings as well. Although, admittedly, like, there's new games that are out that I have key for early that I could stream, but I'm probably just going to end up playing Keeper RL because I'm very intrigued about how that game's come along. I love how they're just looping back around with this. All right, so this is going to be made into a give stockpile, I think is how we're going to do this. Unless it's just the meals that keep getting looped back around. Or are they moving the barrels back? Yeah, no, they're moving the barrels back. Maybe I can't do this way. From which workshops to stockpiles, whether or not this stockpile can take items from anywhere or only from specific workshops and stockpiles. Let's try this. Let's see if I can make this work. This might not end up working, but... I might need to do no barrels, but I don't really want to do that. And just make this a food-only stockpile. That or I just need my outcome location. You know what? Let's just remove this. I'm not going to worry about it too much. I don't actually need it. Just wasting time currently. It's like, I think I could make it work once I actually have the location that I want it to go to, but it just doesn't go there just yet, so... There's no reason to keep it around for right now. Let's do that instead. And remove these. Does adamantine even exist? You've never seen one? Have you ever dug down to the magma sea? Because on the magma sea, you'll often get a notification that says that you found a mysterious wall studded with gems. It's in the middle of that. So yes, adamantine does exist. Also, hello, Fracta. And enjoy the Lurky Lou and the subscription courtesy of our friend here. It's a metal, Christoph. Although technically it's a cloth, but it's kind of its own weird thing. It's technically a cloth, but it is in fact crafted like a metal. It comes in thread, which is then made into wafers at craft dwarf shops. Well, it comes in basically rock formations, which is then turned into thread at a craft dwarf shop, which is then spun into craftable material. It's a fancy metal. It's a cloth metal, which is why it's so light. It's kind of like asbestos. Is that really how asbestos works? I know almost nothing about asbestos. True story. Fantasy blue. I don't think asbestos isn't blue, is it? Can you weave adamantine into cloth as well? No, but they can use adamantine to make clothing. You know what? Actually, let's just do this way. Curious if this is going to slow the frame rate down. Me channeling out this large space. We'll see. think I'm probably going to end up constructing a platform here for crafting. This corner. It's going pretty okay so far, Sleepy Moon Moth. Isn't Mithril supposed to be like a light turquoisey? At least from the books. I seem to recall something about this. I very rarely do this, but I think I'm actually going to take plump helmets off of cooking. Because they are doing quite a bit of cooking right now. You down here are going to plant plump helmets. You're going to plant plump helmets. You're going to plant plump helmets. And you're going to plant plump helmets. We're still putting barrels down here, which is obnoxious. How did I end up with barrels in there again? I was like mostly certain I removed those, but I guess not. Old thing can be made into a very strong fireproof fabric. Pre-modern times it was extremely valuable. Kings would be cremated in asbestos cloth, and so their ashes could be gathered from it. Yeah, I mean, like, I know about that sort of stuff. I just guess I never really contemplated the similarities between mithril and asbestos. That's specifically what I'm referring to here. Or adamantine and asbestos, rather. I never really comprehended that those two things might be somewhat related. Never crossed my mind. Oh, I know, but I didn't think I'd glanced at that workshop again, but apparently I did. I'm aware that, like, they can get re-enabled if you, like, edit the stockpile, but I didn't think that I'd done that, but I guess I did. So I'm going to go down, I think, like 3 layers in this and make this area bigger. And then on the bottom layer, I'm going to start constructing houses. And then this upper layer is going to be where I slowly build constructions all around. And it should be pretty cool. Ah, so it was your own fault, Saber. Blaming me for your own irresponsible modding efforts, not paying attention to the patch notes, and then coming into my streams and be like, "Blind, is your game giving ping sounds?" This guy, come on. Speaking of, I had your save loaded yesterday for community forts, and very quickly was sitting there going like, how does this person not go insane from this mod? I genuinely do not understand how people can use audible alerts without getting angry. I do not get it. That mod would drive me fucking mad. Absolutely mad. Because it just does, it's like, just constantly. It's like, make it stop. Please kill it with just make it go stop. No. It is the most annoying series of sounds I've heard in a very long time in a video game. This chunk we're going to do a little quicker so that I can get my port built. Yeah, but I play video games for fun, not to be annoyed to death by sound effects. And I don't work in an IT department in a medium-sized business, so I don't die of annoyance. I'm an easily annoyed person, okay? Just because there are things out there that are worse doesn't mean that it's, like, mentally responsible for you to subject yourself to that kind of annoyance. We'll make that side a little taller. That, or I could just do this. Playing a video game for fun? Yeah, no, I don't play video games for fun. I play video games because it's my job. So shut up and sub. No, that is a mod, the Audible Alerts mod, that I genuinely don't understand the appeal of. And there's always going to be mods like that, right? I know. I don't know. If you say so, it's fine. You don't have to give me money. Just enjoy the stream. But also, yeah, Audible Alerts probably has a lot more functionality now because the sounds are actually moddable in the game, so you can add new sounds and change sounds and all that stuff. Anything individually can be given extra sounds, and like the
streamer told me to, so I did.
Music.
You're welcome, Kappa.
the what do you call it? Music can be modded now, so yeah, no, there's a lot of functionality that's been added to the game for audio recently, so to the point where Audible Alerts doesn't need to exist anymore. You don't need to subject yourself to that anymore. You genuinely do not need to do that, yet some people still do. But Inglonius, thank you very much. It does mean a lot. I see that Kappa, but it does mean a lot. Thank you very much for subscribing. Chat room, can I get a round of beers for that resub? 4 months. And also ruining the perfect 777 sub count. Now we're 778. I can't, Lyagushka. And I just want to make like a little dining hall down here. You think that they were all gifts? I mean, it means a lot that you decided to 888 in the next 88 minutes. I don't think I've gotten that many subs in 88 minutes since my birthday, so I don't see that happening. Although they are on sale, so it's cheaper than normal real estate. I'm not going to say it's free, because it sure as hell ain't free, but it is cheaper than normal. But regardless. Oh, happy birthday? No, my birthday's in June. Today is not my birthday. But I'm sure it's somebody's birthday. So, chat, if it's your birthday today, Cathode Ray Tube here just wished you a happy birthday. Odds are pretty good considering there's 207 people watching this live stream right now that it is somebody's birthday out there. So, happy birthday if it's your birthday. Podcast I used to listen, or that used to exist, that I used to listen to, I used to have this bit where they would wish everybody a happy birthday. And then people used to start sending in requests for happy birthday wishes. It's like, please say happy birthday to my cat or my uncle or whatever. And then, of course, it's FG's birthday. Although FG's on vacation, so maybe it's finally not her birthday. Anyway. They had like this bit where they would take birthday wishes and wish people happy birthday. But it got out of hand to a point where they were like, all right, so if you want us to wish you happy birthday, you have to send us a postcard. And they wouldn't even give like the office address to where their office was, because it was like a pretty easy to find location. Like you could just kind of look up where their office was and be like, all right, it's boom, and then send them a postcard. And they're like, nobody would do that. Anyway, a week after that episode goes live, they like got in trouble from the mail lady because she got like 400 postcards. And it just got worse until they finally did a 7-hour-long episode that was nothing but reading happy birthday cards and birthday request cards for people. So I'm not saying that we should start that as a thing where we just wish random people in the chat happy birthday, but maybe that would be fun. That would be way easier to do than like on a podcast. What you thinking about, Laya? His birthday prospects? Yeah, I don't know what this upper area is going to be, but it'll be something. But we just need these last few bits to be carved down. We can start pulling the whole thing down. You still haven't heard back from your pen pal? People still have pen pals? That's still a thing people do? Wow. I'm like kind of amazed. I don't know why, but I am. I haven't heard of the concept of a pen pal since like the mid 2000s. About being swallowed by a tsunami. Well, not even letters, just postcards. I guess it like puts your audience's size into perspective. You know, like it really makes it clear like, oh wow, people like actually watch this thing that I make. As long as prisons exist, pen pals will exist. I mean, it depends on the security level of prison, but I suppose. Or I don't know, Diamond Destruct. Chat, it's Diamond Destruct's birthday, clearly. It's time to say happy birthday, Diamond. Naturally. Maybe I should make that a channel points redemption. Wish somebody a happy birthday. Although that would get real old. I don't think it's Diamond's birthday. Oh, unbirthday. I missed the un. So yeah, never mind. Wish happy unbirthday to Diamond. There you go, because that's definitely accurate. Never celebrated any birthday. You usually remember it the day after. I generally don't remember birthdays, and then like my mom will text me and it'll be like, "It's your sister's birthday," and I'll be like, "Oh," and I'll reach out to my sister and say happy birthday, and she goes, "Ah, I assume mom told you." There's no way you would have remembered otherwise. It's like, well, I mean, yeah, you're right. I suppose. It's kind of funny that they haven't brought any of the pots. Oh, right, yeah, because I didn't make this drinks. I can we'll drinks on these. There we go. We finally got this down to what we need. It's now finally into bags. Salty Tempest really wants you to post beers, chat. You got your pretzel sticks and juice box and you're ready for the stream? Damn right! Pretzel sticks and a juice box. Man, I only get juice boxes when I'm having a medical emergency. Is it like a normie size juice box, or is it one of the really big juice boxes? Because I saw like a 500 ml juice box recently. It was like this big with a straw. I was like, wow, that's something. They had like little spout things. You could use it as a sippy cup if you want. Your father gets really angry when you miss his birthday and would go out of his way to tell you what his birthday date is. Really? I never fully understood people's fascination with birthdays. It's like, I get it. Like, I understand its significance. But what I don't get is the fervor that other people should celebrate your birthday. Like, if you want to celebrate your birthday, I get it, right? But the moment we start talking about, like, that other people should value your birthday, I don't know. I mean, you have to do something for other people to want to value your birthday. You do be like that, very petty. Well, is his name Tom? Because then you could just say he's Tom Petty. But aside from that, no, I would assume his name is Tom. Regular and not thirsty at all. So minuscule and small. No, they do make like, and then there's like juice cartons, which aren't juice boxes. But no, I've seen like, because like the default juice boxes are like, I think it's 150 milliliters. They make a 300 milliliter one. Rest in peace, yeah. Maybe too soon for the Tom Petty joke, or nah? Andrew, more like it? Okay, Andrew Petty it is. I quite like the look of pots in this version of the game. I think they look nice. Also need to make some cups. Quite happy we didn't get any migrants, actually. Giving me time to like build stuff, get stuff out and set up. Also, we're stuck in an ad, but I'm just building stuff, so you're not really missing much. You want a juice box that is wide, not tall? That would be very weird, but also fabulous. Let me process that. They also make juice bags. I've had juice bags. Not quite a juice box, but it's a juice bag. Used to have juice bags quite a bit growing up. Is there juice coffers or chests? No. But there's probably a juice barrel somewhere. A juice bag. These things. Probably horribly wasteful, because they're just like entirely plastic, but... Okay, so we're getting the last of this setup. So this will be a room for something eventually. As I was saying, this should start getting mined out again pretty soon. Gonna go down. You can be built out in chalk. Once that's out, it can be built out in chalk. Where do you make how do you make pots? In a craft store shop. Yeah, in a craft shop. This is where pots are made. It's like, or if you're making metal pots, then a smith. You really like all the community fort vids on YouTube? You spend hours pouring through them this weekend? Thank you. I uploaded one this morning, which is like super duper underperforming after the other videos I uploaded this week, but hopefully it'll get 1,000 views eventually. Like, I don't know, it's getting 90 views an hour after getting 530 views, which is like horrible, but one will go up tomorrow, so hopefully that one does better. I don't know. It's really weird. Like, the YouTube channel just sometimes completely misses the community forts when I upload them, which is a odd feeling, I guess, because every single time people talk about them, they're like, I love this series, and then I upload one and it does horrible, and it's like so strange. You'll be back later this evening. Enjoy your time in the vault. Hopefully it's not 76, because I hear the frame rates are still bad over there. Is metal really much easier than clay? No? Who said it was easier than clay? I never did. It's about the same. But metal is limited, whereas clay is unlimited. Actually no, hold on. I'd like to smooth this back wall first. We can actually do this later. Put you. Yeah, we'll just start digging. It's gonna be the longest I've pushed dwarves without a bedroom for a while.
Congratulations on the state of your channel. Always look forward to those videos.
Yeah, I mean, I've been making videos like that for a long time. Didn't always call them State of the Channel. I started calling them State of the Channel this year, but I've always done, like, relatively infrequent I ramble at a camera video. I don't know, people liking those videos, the State of the Channel videos, just kind of make me want to run my own podcast by myself sometimes. I have to erase a little bit of this once I'm done. Still have a way in. There we go. Low frame rate is still preferable to the things Vault-Tec planned for the other vaults. I suppose. I'm going to smile and nod and pretend that I know what I'm talking about when talking about Fallout for a second. All right, I'm done smiling and nodding. I'm also really curious if I can keep the frame rate up super high with this map by separating where all the dwarves hang out. Your friend used to take a camel bag full of beer to places where beer was expensive, and he would conceal it as a pot belly. Like a literal beer belly? Okay, so I don't know what's dumber. That or like those people that like put a cucumber in their pants to go to a nightclub so that they get more attention. I think that might be weirder, actually. Do people do that? There's stories of people doing that. Do people do that? I don't think so. But I mean, like, in regards to the putting beer in a, like, you know, a wineskin or a camelback and putting it, disguising it as a beer gut, that is something else that I would respond to and be like, people do that? Results in cheap beer? Yeah, but good beer isn't cheap, so what's the point? Tis the perfect way to smuggle beer. Weren't you fatter this morning? Probably. When... Weren't you fatter this morning? That's a sentence. Oh, boy. A flat body temperature beer. Yeah, that too. Also just, like, awful alcohol. Like, if your goal is to just get smashed because beer's expensive, then why don't you just bring, like, a Mickey and put it in your shoe like a normal person? Like, come on. SmuggleYourBooze.com? I hate everything about this. What is this? hate everything about this. I don't even want to show this on stream. This is upsetting. I just want you to know. Ryoshin Cat, this is upsetting. Like, hold on. Does it actually work as an umbrella, though? Like, if it actually worked as an umbrella, I would consider it. But I'm assuming it doesn't actually unfold. It does not contain an umbrella. And we'll, okay, well, why even bother then? The actually disturbing one is this. So if you ever see somebody just like sipping on sunscreen, I hate everything about that. Anyway, moving on to like, the heck is a Mickey? Do you not know what a Mickey is? It's like a small bottle of liquor. It's a slang term for a size of bottle of liquor. You know someone who has one of those? You should pretend you don't know that person ever again. Like for the rest of your life. Like just to disassociate yourself from this person. They are a bad person and are not to be trusted. And you're gonna be like, it's my wife, or whatever. Actually, gotta love it. Is that one of those Easter egg bottles? Sure. Little monkeys? I mean, that's pretty good. Little monkeys. It's also Cockney rhyming slang for a house. I have a question. Do you watch that one YouTube lady who talks about Cockney rhyming slang in shorts from time to time? Or do you just actually know that off the dome? If you actually know that off the dome, that's kind of funny. Yeah, let's go all the way around here. Okay. All the way around. I don't know if this has been an interesting fort build so far or not, but it's been kind of fun to start constructing. Considering I eventually want to have aquifer waterfalls running down into here. I feel like I am abusing these dwarves, though, with lack of housing. Kind of thinking about remaking this into a circle, though. A bit too square. Tis a bit too square. What's up, Knight? But the dwarves are quite busy with all this up here. Also going to remove all of this. All the way down to here. Mist generators, your dwarves are pissed. I mean, are they pissed that you're watching my tutorial on mist generators, or is them being pissed unrelated to the tutorial of mist generators? Because if the dwarves are mad at my tutorial, just inform them that, like, you know, I've remade some of my tutorials already to fix inaccuracies, and, like, you know, if the dwarves are just like, upset at the quality of my tutorials. Like, the least they could do is like leave a comment telling me what I could do better so that I get the engagement on for it instead of just being mad. But why are your dwarves pissed? Do you have like dead cats everywhere or something? How to make natural looking forts? See, here's the thing. I can explain to people on how to make natural looking forts forever, right? And they won't listen to me. However, you did just give me the idea of for another clickbaity top 10s video that will pay better than literally all the other videos that I make because people watch them for some fucking reason. Video. That's the format of video. That's what it's called. That's the technical term for it. Anyway, the next one I make is going to be 10 ways to make your forts look natural and organic instead of blocky and boring. There you go. Top 10 cutest dwarf beards. I don't think any of the dwarven beards are cute, so I don't think I could, like, make that, honestly. 10 ways to make sure your fortress gets a good harvest without the use of pesticides. Why this not showing icon that it's being deconstructed? Oh, I see, because I'm literally using the wrong tool. No, I'm not. Why? I feel like an idiot, chat. Hi, good morning, I'm awake now. I was like, why are you not deconstructing? 'Cause you're not a floor, dumbass. What? Ranking prepared meals in Dwarf Fortress? I don't think well, there's not that many of them, so yeah, that wouldn't be too hard to do. I mean, it's clearly prepared goose gizzard, right? Finally. Prepared goose gizzard. But that varies depending on a couple of different factors. MB audio. And also, it doesn't actually vary that much. Although realistically, it's probably something like Hydra meat. Finely minced plump helmet wine and finely minced plump helmet wine. You know, that does sound pretty delicious, but before I try that, I have to try a glass of plump helmet wine to tell you whether or not finely minced plump helmet wine is any good. Because how do we really know? Like, it could just be some gnarly fucking bad wine. Like, it could be like Yellowtail or something. All these dwarves up in here drinking Bud Light. Let's go all the way down. There we go. Probably tastes like dwarven kombucha. Okay, I'm back in. I do in fact like kombucha. Although I'm pretty sure there is a mod to let the dwarves make kombucha. Some migrants have arrived. Chat, if you would like to be a dwarf in this fort, say pick me. This can be Tellin Artho. Telenartho has a strong tendency towards privacy. She forms strong emotional bonds with others, at times to her detriment, and she tends to be a bit stubborn in changing her mind about things. She likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract, and she doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in the day-to-day living. She's really happy and enthusiastic, and she is conflicted by this, as she values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. She tends to be swayed by the emotions of others, and she tends to be passive in discussions, and she tends to avoid any physical confrontations. And she works to square this natural tendency with her respect of martial prowess, and she does not often feel lustful. She is trusting, and she is stubborn. She's not particularly interested in what others think of her, and can sometimes act without deliberation. And she does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity, and she is conflicted by this, as she values artwork and its creation. Dreams of mastering a skill, and personally finds romance distasteful, and is put off by trade and commerce. Values tranquility and a peaceful day, and is officially going to be our first militia commander, and is going to found the first archer squad in the fortress, which is currently called the Disemboweled Dies, which is a really bad name. So I'm going to hit the random button a couple times until I get something that I like. Let's go with the geared... Let's go with the geared bow. It's a crossbow. The geared bow. There's a bumblebee colony there. The next dwarf is a trapper, who is a novice marks dwarf, and dreams of creating a great work of art, or an art that is great, or a work of art that is great. This dwarf is also going to join this first squad and learn to be a proper Marxadorfid. However, this Marxadorfid here is going to be named... somebody I can pick. I'm looking from the list of pick-me's. Let's go with Vioon. Vioon enjoys the company of others and thinks she's fairly important in the grand scheme of things, and works to square this natural tendency with her respect of martial prowess. She tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects, and she is ambitious, and she's quick to anger. She has a calm demeanor, and she is not particularly interested in what others think of her. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time. She dreams of creating a great work of art and personally sees the pursuit of craftsmanship to be a total waste. And she likes nice and steel and octopus leather. She has no relations, and she's a member of our fortress. Who's next? Next is this siege engineer, who is a lie maker. Dreams of mastering a craftwork someday, and values a harmonious existence and sees war as a useful means to an end. This dwarf goes to... Chat. Who wants it? Say pick me. I'm starting a new route after the last thing that Devilish just said. Let's go with Cossack Michaela. He rarely looks on others with lust. He has a strong tendency towards privacy and only rarely tries to assert himself in conversation. He finds humor in most situations and is very trusting. He can handle stress and doesn't seek out excitement. He tends to consider what others think of him, and he often feels discouraged. He prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible, and he is somewhat conflicted by this for more than one reason. He can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand and does not mind wearing something special now and again. And he does not go out of his way to help others and doesn't focus on material goods. He is grateful when others help him out, and he tries to return favors. He tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, and he tries to do things correctly each time. He gnaws on his cheek when he's annoyed and needs alcohol to get through the working day, and he does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time. And gnaws his cheek when he's annoyed. Dreams of mastering a craftwork, and values a harmonious existence and sees war as a useful means to an end, has no family, and is a talented siege engineer. Next on the list, I will pick from this current list of pick-me's, is clearly 100%, no questions asked, Procrastin Panda. Procrastin Panda is private to the point of paranoia, unwilling to reveal even basic information. All right, I forgot to do a thing. Whoop. Thunk. Basic information. He's often sad and dejected and rarely jealous. He is prone to hatreds and often develops negative feelings. He does not trust others, and he takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful. He tends to be passive in discussions, and he thinks he's fairly important in the grand scheme of things. He isn't given to flights of fancy, and he has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications. He is rarely happy or enthusiastic, and he is conflicted by this as he values parties of merrymaking in the abstract, and occasionally he can overindulge. I've been watching my VODs for a while now, and I seem like a reasonable human being. Hello, other reasonable human being. He needs alcohol to get through the working day, and he does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. Dreams of seeing the great natural places in the world, and he personally has a deep respect for animals, plants, and the natural world, and he doesn't see the attainment of knowledge as important. Definitely an elf at one point. But Procrastin Panda, you're also a... I forgot that I named this location the Mark of War. That's a good name. I'm proud of myself on that. Patting myself on the back. No S on the goals command. You'd rather be a lady dwarf? Noted. Let's go with Giffen. Giffen. Giffen is not careful with resources when working on projects and often spends unnecessary effort. He is extremely confident in himself in situations requiring his skills. He has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and he is quite polite. He is quite ambitious, and he has an active imagination. He is slow to anger and thinks he is fairly important in the grand scheme of things. He is quick to form negative views about things. He dreams of mastering a skill and is disgusted by tranquility and would have the world operate in complete harmony. Would have the world constantly churn with noise and activity and respects power. This dwarf is 100% joining the geared bow. What else do we have? Another dwarf with beard. Dwarf with beard, go to Big Box. Big Box. Big Box Movie Theater is assertive to the point of aggression, unwilling to let others get a word in edgewise when he has something to say. He almost never feels discouraged. He is quite ambitious, and he finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. Occasionally, he loses focus on the matter at hand, and he often feels envious of others. He can handle stress and is somewhat quarrelsome. He is bothered by this since he values friendship. He runs his fingers through his hair when he's thinking and stammers when he's excited. He dreams of creating a great work of art and personally values decorum, dignity, and proper behavior. Does not particularly value the truth. We've got Logum, who's a woodcutter. Also dreams of mastering a skill. These last two are also going to join the squad. Logum here. You can be glass half empty. Glass half empty is very quick to anger, has a very calm demeanor, and is not driven, and rarely feels the need to pursue even a modest success. He's a friendly individual, and he tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions, and tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others. He tends to be swayed by the emotions of others, and does not easily hate or develop negative feelings, and he tries to return favors and mutters under his breath when he's trying to remember something. He dreams of mastering a skill, and personally he finds the whole idea of introspection completely offensive and contrary to the ideals of life and of a well-lived and somewhat finds the whole idea of introspection completely offensive and contrary to the ideal of a life well-lived and is somewhat disgusted by romance. There we go. Took me a second to comprehend that sentence. This dwarf can be Fracta Velum. Fracta is 27 years old, has no family, and she does not trust others. She is inherently proud of her talents and accomplishments. She's quite polite, and she tends to make a small mess with her own possessions. She's fearful in the face of imminent danger, and she can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings, and can handle stress. She becomes very focused during conversations when she's trying to remember something, and exhales sharply when she's angry. Dreams of mastering a skill and personally views decorum as a high ideal, and is deeply offended by those that fail to maintain it, views loyalty unfavorably, and has a negative view of those who exercise power over others. That dwarf would be really good, but also really bad in the military at the same time. What? Well, I mean, this is like the 3rd and 4th hour of me building this fort. That's it for naming for right now, I think. Got excitement, calm demeanor, a little wasteful. So, I mean, it is a new fort. Because this is only my 2nd time playing it. It's a reindeer calf. There's Alphonse. Weren't you in the military? Yeah, you're a legendary lasher. Also came with some amulets. That's kind of cool. We're getting scholars from the previous fort. I wonder, actually. Thoughts, memories. Yeah, they do maintain their memories. Zealous when incompetently performing the rites of the denomination of mountains at an improperly dedicated temple. Why does this dwarf get positive thoughts about incompetently worshipping their own god? In 170, this dwarf was remembering experiencing trauma and thus learned to value power. Was uneasy being hunted by the dead, and feels pleasure remembering combat drills. Huh. Was accepting receiving justice through a criminal's conviction, and became slower to hate and learned to disdain self-control. Maybe I should make this dwarf into the captain of the guard. This person was also the master of a human named Quogweb, who died. Does need martial training. Maybe we'll make this dwarf a squad. The other fort is still active? Yep, no, it's still alive. And you have no family. Was a previous member of the Sky of Rims. I mean, this fort is in the same world as the as Starfield, and also in the same world as Baldur's Gate. Baldur's Gate, yes. Different faction than Baldur's Gate. This is the same faction as Starfield, though. His life is unfair. Doesn't mind it that way. How brave are you? Good enough. It's a big migrant wave. 38. All right. Let's get a bunch of animals pastured here. At least it'll be extra hands to help us get this stuff carved out. Puphead the Stinky. The Stinky? Well, I mean, Darius, I think, is our king. Yeah, see, Darius is our king. Somehow Chups became one of our baronesses. So, you know. Shadow Absorber, thank you very much for that tier 1 subscription. Appreciate you. No, this is just a normal embark. This is 4x4. So, I just heard thunder, and it started pelting rain outside. I need to check the weather. What's the fuck's going on today? Huh. Low chance of thunderstorms. That, like, doesn't happen here. No, Google, you cannot access my microphone. That's weird. Jesus Christ, Google. I love getting emails for TwitchCon. It's like, sign up for creator meet and greets. It's like, do you actually think I care? That's adorable. Yeah, it's still surprising to hear it is all. Devilish. Just wasn't expecting it. Dwarves are bringing all these boulders over pretty quick. Wait, really? Hail, rain, and thunder? We had nothing yesterday. Yesterday was pretty chill. But yeah, damn. Bigger and bolder. Mm-hmm. It's a very boulder fort. Let's get that built and deconstruct this. All right, so I kinda... Because you live in a fucking desert? Then I have a question. And I know that this isn't a question with an easy solution. Why do you live in a desert? A giant flying squirrel is fighting with one of my dogs. That's hysterical. The denomination of mountains has many worshippers in Heavensbolt and now requires a temple and a priest. The location must be built and furnished with the new position appointed by you. Do you approve this request? I'll think about it, but yes. The question is, where the fuck do I put it? That actually is the question. I could wait until this lower area down here is finished being built and build it down here. Or alternatively, go somewhere completely different, and I'm not sure where. How many layers of aquifer? I don't know exactly. But we dug through... I mean, there's 3 layers right here. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9? And I go up to here, and then there's an additional 1, 2, 3, 4, 3. So there's at least 3 aquifers. 3 different layers of aquifers on this map. Which, believe it or not, is kind of a lot. Kind of a lot of aquifers. We need to get more hump helmets spawn. Absolutely, they get sad if you ignore their petitions. Absolutely, they do. Maybe it gives you some inspiration for the build. The denomination of mountains I want to is a religion from the previous fort. Yeah, they worship Tubal, the god of metals. Who's this god? Tubal, the mountain of copper. And there's 12 members of this religion, which is the most popular religion by quite a bit. Much more popular than the god of misery, or the god of fortresses and war, or the other religion to the god of grieving. The god of grieving, or the other god of grieving. Which is funny that it's actually ironic. Like, metal is super rare in this world, right? And the dwarves worship the god of metal. Of course they get sad, but they also just, like, immediately leave if you deny their requests to join your fortress. So, yeah, they get sad, but, like, you don't really deal with the consequences of that because they just leave. They also get a happy thought if you say yes. It might as well be a divine artifact. It kind of seems that way, yeah. So I think that this walkway here is going to go around the outside of this up to here. And then this lower area, I'm just going to go into here and dig all the way around a good chunk of this. Make it slightly bigger all the way around. We're going to go down another layer. I'm very tempted to kind of just keep this process up until I hit the caverns. Because that would give us a really cool visual effect. Also, almost immediately, once we hit the cavern, it's going to go into custom difficulty and nerf the cavern creatures. Except for this side, I'm not going to do as much on this side. Because I know that we're going to hit the edge of the map, so... You have enough trouble keeping your own dwarves in check? Monster hunters tend to just kind of go off and die, because they're not that strong. And they always pick fights that are way too strong for them. Which is very funny to me. I don't know how these dwarves are so happy. we don't even have bedrooms yet. Dwarves, you're not supposed to be happy. You're supposed to be mad at me about this horrible place I'm making you live. But, you know, I guess the drinks must be okay. Do you guys like this kind of aesthetic so far, though? This slowly deepening hole? This slow... It's eventually going to become like one of those Star Wars bottomless pits. At least that's my goal. To make it into one of those random bottomless pits in Star Wars. Which is one of my favorite consistent pieces of thing in Star Wars, even though I don't actually like any of the current iterations of Star Wars, is that there's just no apparent reason bottomless pits with not enough railing protection just kind of everywhere. It's a very video gamey feature of the whole world and universe. No fort is complete without a big hole. Thank you! I'm glad you agree with this. This is my platform. Build big holes. There was a video on The Onion about this a couple years ago. By a couple, I mean 2009. I don't even know if that counts as a couple anymore. All right. The problem is I fucked up. And I set all of this to be too high of a priority. So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually change all of this into planning instead of erasing it. And then I'm going to go over here and I'm going to smooth all this. Okay, that's not true, actually.
Heyo again blind.
I have to erase it anyway. I was like, I'm going to smooth all this, and then it goes over the thing. I was like, I should have known it would do that. Okay, well, let's go around the edges first. Casper, thank you very much for the 6th month. Welcome back. You're finally out of beer, so you have to go get more soon. I'm trying to not buy beer. We'll see how long I can last. I generally drink a lot less in the rainy season at home because I tend to drink when I'm around other people who are also drinking. So usually in the winter, I drink more like at a bar or like at restaurants than I do the rest of the year. So about safely auditing various fantasy locations. Auditing. I mean, as in like serving them eviction notices? What do you mean by auditing? Oh, like OSHA violations and whatnot? Oh. Yeah, I could see why those would be great. I'm sure OSHA would very much like the world of Star Wars for issuing violations. They would definitely hit their violation quota. Dat right der. I think you are typing in an accent, and I can hear the person's voice. I mean, I'm sure there's plenty in this fort. All right. Well, these dwarves are going to build these ramps and make them look nice. And this is going to continue all the way this way. And it's going to get its little river in the middle. Which is going to turn into a little waterfall down into this area at some point. Although I can't go too much wider than this because this is actually the edge of the map. So I think the waterfall will end over there. And maybe be a stairway down to here or something, which we could do in the future. That, or I could just end it up top here. I think we'll just end it up top there. I can work on that once that's ready. A human caravan from Sastdur has arrived. Hello, Sastdur. Hello, humans. Kafit swim urges. Swim merges, not swim urges. I'm like, you have urges to swim? So my mountain home wanted amulets. Let's make 200 amulets, shall we? And I still have a temple and a priest to make. Hello, Manticore. Those were some great VODs to get caught up on over the weekend. Yep, and then started the new fort, I guess, at the end of last week. So part 1 for this VOD's already up on the VODs channel. This is a fresh fort. Yeah, it's still in the same world. So, you know, if you had Dwarf previously, they may still be around. And part 1 already has 1,000 views, which is like I mentioned this earlier, is the fastest viewed new fortress on the second channel yet. So, which is nice. It's nice to see. And I managed to get like 80 subscribers on the second channel by promoting it in a couple videos. So, it was always nice to see. That and gifting subscriptions is 25% off. And Viviotic here is in a strange mood. Is a dabbling mason and a proficient bowyer. So I'm assuming we are about to get an artifact crossbow. So I'm going to create you a bowyer's shop. Assuming I can remind myself where it be. Certainly not under clothing and leather or farming. Where? There it is. I always can't find that one in the list when I have to look for it. Did it ever really leave, Honey Bun Holler? You got stuck in Toronto last week and you've been suffering the consequences? I'm so sorry. I hope that you survived. All right. Two pieces of wood and works furiously. Apparently we've struck rock crystal. Well, they did bring some copies of some books, specifically A Humble Offering to the Farm and Do You Know the Hamlet? I have, in fact, not read Hamlet in quite some time, so I don't know if I could even say that I know Hamlet. Although there is enough book in there for me to trade for it. It's a lot of cheese, a lot of veggies. We'll buy some fish. And some meats. Suited Giraffe, thank you very much for the 10-pack of gift subs. Thank you very much for taking advantage of that discount. And choosing to support the stream by throwing a wall of ad-free viewing into the chat very generously. Means a lot, dude. Let's do that. Blink. Some migrants have arrived once again. This is horrible. I really need to get training set up. That is, in fact, something I need to do. Because this means we're going to get attacked. I'm also going to need to make a mayor's office. Likes to brawl. Dreams of mastering a skill. Brave. It's optimism. Quick to anger. Yeah, you would do fine. Right, that seems to be everybody. Let's go to the tasks screen and remove a bunch of these from being forbidden. So these are my 2 offices. I think I'm just going to begin digging another one. So these are what? 5 across? Carde, thank you very much for the 6th month. It is good to have you. Seriously. It means a lot. Chat room, can I please get a big round of beers for them keeping that subscription alive for a 6th month? It is good to have you. And thanks a ton for the support. Because of people like you, we've made it this far, and we'll be getting that raise from Twitch in a very short period of time. Literally next week. I will make more money from every single resub. Assuming they're quick about getting those new contracts out, which I would hope they would be. They've had months. It'd be mighty convenient if they weren't, though.
Jeez!
I'm Viviotic. The Boyer has created Zephonalas and C. Bamcool, a pearwood bow, and claims it as a personal treasure. All right, Viv, let's see what you got. This is a pear wood bow. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with pear wood and encircled with bands of willow. My right eye doesn't work at all. My left eye has severe tunnel vision. I own a white cane and have coloboma of the retina and the iris in both eyes, which, yes, makes me legally blind. I lose a little bit of my vision every year, and we'll have none at some point. Wooden crossbows. Let's do 20. Since I do actually have a legendary Boyer now. So there you go, Holy Helicopter. Hopefully that answers your question. And let's start working out this. See. I knew Ford has at the start. Yeah, I mean, it's always the goal to, like, try and keep the frames up, too. Don't overproduce things. Keep things rolling. Keep things growing. One set of things at a time. But it's also, like, every now and again you'll see one of those forts where it's just like, some person managed to make a fortress that runs incredibly with, like, almost no logic as to how they did it. It's like, how did you do that? Teach me your ways. Speaking of teaching me ways, I'm going to make a barracks here. I will most certainly be making other barracks in the future. I'm going to be doing 2 things here. I'm going to be doing barracks, and I'm going to do archery range. This whole area is going to need a lot of furnishings. Swap it to the left. I might be Mandela affecting myself here, but I seem to recall targets having directions in the older versions. You think they did? Yeah, I seem to recall having to set both targets as well as the direction of the archery ranges. But many people have Mandela affected themselves into many things with Dwarf Fortress, as I'm often one to point out, so... Let's go all the way down. Let's see how far we can dig this down. Now we're stuck in an ad, but I'm just going to finish this because it's a pretty short period of building time. Not like you're missing much of substance, just some digging. Although the lava goal might be falling apart pretty quickly, Carde. Purely because of the obnoxious amount of aquifer I have on this map, so that might be changed. I don't know. That goal is a work in progress right now. Although the defend the fort with Marksdorf's thing is kind of the primary one. All right. Here you go. So everybody who was stuck in ads just missed me designating a lot of stuff. That's it. Also, I'm glad I didn't entirely Mandela effect myself into thinking that, but... No. Unforbid this one, and unforbid this one now. Probably make them a bigger dormitory for sleeping, but eh. Alright, so this... for these two squads. And also doing this. And... I'm gonna set up bone bolts. And... whenever there's enough bones around, they are just going to make bone bolts. It's going to do it that way. And we're going to brew some drink from plant. Let's just do 80. And they're still making meals, so that's fine. There's something else I need to do that I was thinking I needed to do. And now I'm sitting here going, shit, I can't remember what it was. I know I still need to make that temple. Right. I mean, this isn't what I needed to... Right, okay, we can do this. Let's just make some wooden bolts. Just 30, just so we have something to train with. Nope, there is no way to make them use specific bolts. Aside from clever forbidding and unforbidding of things. There is currently no way to do that. The only difference between the bugged version and the version we're playing on now is they will actually equip them if you swap uniforms, whereas they didn't before. That's what's been fixed. We do not have a way to equip bolts. Which, I know, sucks, but not much we can really do. RNG, if you read the patch notes, you would understand this. Nope, you're not missing anything. But it's not too hard to force them to assign specific types of bolts by being kind of sneaky about where you put stockpiles. No, this is a band-aid to fix the issue. Bruh, you could read notes that you wrote yourself that you know the meaning of, and you'd have to reread them 4 times before you're not confused by them. I know you well enough to know this. Like, I had to completely explain to you that, yes, they've updated the Twitch backend in the last decade. Because you were convinced that bugs from 2018 were still present. So, and that's Twitch. That's easier to understand than Dwarf Fortress in a lot of cases. So, yeah, no, I mean. This is normal RNG behavior. Also, how you doing, man? It is very windy outside. Which means maybe it's a good thing that today is going to be a short stream because I have to go to a doctor's appointment later. Maybe it's a good thing because there is, like, the occasional thunderclap going on outside. Also, moderators, can I get a shout out for RNG? Also streams Dwarf Forts sometimes. And then random Final Fantasy games for no logical reason. But, like, then comes back to the proper realms of Dwarf Fort. Unlike many who stream Dwarf Fort for a bit and then leave and then never come back. And are like, I should get back to that, and then never do. Anyway, I don't hold grudges against other creators for not playing good video games, but, you know. Well, welcome from the YouTube side of things. My Raiders. Wait, hold on a second. Is that like a hat tip thing? It's like my Raiders. Anyway, what's up, dude? I'm happy to be of assistance. DF is Saturdays and Mondays. RPGs are Wednesdays. And well, okay, so Wednesdays is the mistake day. You could do better on Wednesdays. I'm just saying. Like, there's on the bright side, you do actually play RPGs when you say you're playing RPGs. It's not like you're just like, RPG is Wednesdays, and then you're playing, like, Skyrim or something. I mean, at the very least, you're actually playing RPGs. I guess that's a benefit for everybody. None of this action-adventure bullshit. Where's this shade coming from? Streamers just, like, shading the whole, like, chat room today. When we get adventure mode, that's an RPG. True. Yeah, no, when we get adventure mode again, you can just stream adventure mode on Wednesdays. Wednesdays will very much be an adventure. I mean, that's what my dad thought when I first told him that RPG was a type of video game. And he's like, that is a rocket-propelled grenade. I'm like, okay, yes, you are not wrong, Dad, but it's not always a rocket-propelled grenade, right? In a second, they're not going to be able to get up or down. I'm going to leave that there so that they can. Come on, dwarves. I mean, for me, the acronym of DS will always be dual screen, as in the Nintendo dual screen, and will never mean Dark Souls. Sorry to all of you FromSoft fans, but Nintendo did it first. Watch somebody be like, well, actually, and actually be correct that, like, no, FromSoft didn't do it first. Random parrot generator? I would like to see this random parrot generator you have. Mm-hmm. Yes, I would like to see a randomized parrot. I prefer random planet generator, personally. Pretty cool. Have you fiddled around with the game at all? Or, well, how about this, RNG? I uploaded a video 10 days ago about this. It's 4 minutes long. You could watch that, and it would explain it all. You could actually do that. But what it actually means is when there's active combat reports, which there is, if you can find the animal that was doing the combat, you click on this, you can see the combat logs. If you click this button, you can unpause it, and the game will pause again when a new event pops up in the combat log. That's what that means. It's very simple to process. Why would I link my own video? I'm sure you're capable of finding it. I have a playlist. Simply subscribe to my YouTube channel, and you'll get them right away. To be fair, I do make videos about every single update to Dwarf, so... Okay, so we're going to go down one more layer, and then it's going to start spreading. No. Why would it pause when a civilian is in danger? That's no fun. I mean, technically, I guess you could go to the announcement settings and set it so that whenever somebody gets, like, stabbed with a weapon or charged or starts wrestling or is in combat or gets caught in flame or anything, you could make the game pause, but do you really want that? Because I don't think you do. Someone in the YouTube comments was like, all right, so all notifications on Fort when? And I was like, oh god, I hate this. Am I making a giant indoor swimming pool? Yes. Next question. Also, for clarity, no, I'm not actually making a giant indoor swimming pool. I am building, like, a large open pit in the fort, though. Which currently has a lot of dwarves sleeping in it. To fix some of these corners. That should be good. Did I miss any? Looks like I missed this one, but that might also just be because of the items that are there. Looks like it was. Okay, let's go this way. Put that up already. Sweet. Does look like all of our dwarves are acquiring stuff, and also it looks like I'm out of booze. Was I not brewing? I was gonna say, I literally just queued up a brewing job. And I think I've been doing too many digging jobs because prepared meals didn't make it into this. Stockpile over here. I think I've got my dwarves too busy. They're too busy to haul. That's funny. Will the dwarf channel a hole if there is a dwarf sleeping on that tile? No, they will cancel the job right before. Older versions, absolutely. Current version, no. It's apparently raining goblin blood again. Any actual evidence of this? No evidence of blood on ground, even though the map is telling me it is raining goblin blood. Game, you are giving me mixed messages. I don't like this. May one be named after you. I mean, you did have a dwarf in the previous fort, so they might just show up. 'Cause I don't think they died. Does the blood show up in ASCII? There isn't any differences like that in the game, so that wouldn't affect it. Or shouldn't. You didn't die in the last fort? For shame. I mean, there was a lot of attrition in the last fort. Sure, but the result is I'm not actually seeing any rain on the ground, so it doesn't really matter the cause, RNG. What matters is that I don't see it. So, shrug. But thank you for reminding me how weather works. Yeah, I guess I just don't have enough dwarves doing said channel jobs, you know? Who was the dwarf that was flickering between tired and... Yeah, it's likely what it is. So the question is, do they all have quivers? They probably don't. Quivers. All right, how many tanned hides do I has? Well, actually, that's not what I should be doing. What I should be doing is one of these. Seeing you right there. I'm out of pigtails, and I need to make pigtail seeds. By farming. There is going to be a literal metric fuckload of bricks in this fort pretty soon. And to those of you who are worried about me running out of flux, I'm starting to think this whole map is flux. Because literally all of this is flux. This is all flux. There is so much flux. Oops, all flux, in fact. Would I say that I'm fluxed? I'm not even remotely fluxtered with this, no. These dwarves are currently incapable of getting down, so we have to build a way back. You seem to be running out of it. Mm-hmm. You just need to build some capacitors. You are correct, Manticore. You want me to give you some? Well, just move into my fortress and request an export. We'll get that sorted. You mean a quantum stockpile? We don't have capacitors in Dwarf Fortress. We do, however, have stockpiles. So if you store all of your flux in a quantum stockpile and manage to figure out how to make a stockpile go 88 miles an hour, something happens. I cannot confirm what. I do like the fact that they haven't finished digging this out, so I do have to do that. All right, let's do that. Unsuspend you. And unsuspend you. You're going to grab something to eat. Just make sure you remember to put it into your mouth after you grab it. An animal has grown to become a buffalo bull. I really hope that that animal that grew to be a buffalo bull was originally a buffalo calf, or we're going to have some scientific questions that need to be answered. Then this goes this way. It's a really nice start to a fort. I gotta say, it's a really nice start to a fort. And that is a lot of stuff in this stockpile. I don't know what to do with this lower area at all. Perhaps... I could do butcher shops. We still haven't built a proper tavern yet either, or that temple. In fact, I ignored that temple long enough that they got mad at me about it. So that's kind of concerning. But it's fine. Moods are still okay. We're just going to have to make it up to these dwarves eventually. But I think we're going to go down 1, maybe 2 more levels. Rabble, rabble? What are we rabbling about? Also, I just realized I built these ramps out of the wrong material. I done did fucked up. We slowly dig this out. Giant flying squirrel is fighting with one of my dogs. On the bright side, I'm sure that the giant flying squirrels are friendly, right? I trust. All right, so now this is... The caravan's arrived, all right. Now that this is done, we're going to process plants. We don't have any plants to process. Okay, fine then. I will instead milk animal. Here comes Dwarven Merchants, because it is early autumn. The thing, though, is I don't really want more migrants, but I do really think I should trade, so... Oh, the not following through on the request. I see. I see. So chat, or Dwarfs is angry with me because I didn't, you know, fill out the request for a completely illogical heretic temple. I don't actually feel that way. Ordith meets with the Duchess Consort Dodek of Starfield and they ask what we want, and I will say, I want this. And did I queue up amulets, actually? I know what they asked for amulets. Oh, shit, I did. Look at that. I made amulets. All right, we'll bring the amulets over for them. I didn't. Should I? I usually ask chat if I should do a population limit. I hadn't really thought about it, to be honest. Also, I don't know if you guys know this, but on Saturday, the 24th, Dwarf Fortress got its highest player count since, like, June or May. Yeah, no, May, which is kind of crazy. Gotta love updates, eh? Well, it has to be a unanimous chat thing. You telling me to pop limit away doesn't really mean much. It has to be a unanimous thing from chat. If chat wants me to do that, I will do that. And we'll take the steel and iron. You know, we'll take everything but the nickel, because I don't really need them to nickel and dime me. And I will buy Mo Pump helmets. Mo Plump helmets. Brain. Anvils except for the steel one. And I'll take those steel bolts.
I am enjoying the DF coffee mug.
Yay! Glad you're enjoying the DF coffee mug. I'm really happy that my stream has coffee mugs and KitFox never made coffee mugs. So I'm not even like stealing potential business from Fangamer and KitFox by having mugs. I just have mugs. Well, I asked if chat wanted me to limit my population. And then one person of 206 people who are currently watching said limit population. So that is not a unanimous answer. So thus, I'm not currently going to limit the population, because I said if there's a unanimous answer, I will limit the population. So either nobody is paying attention to the stream, which is certainly possible because I'm second monitor entertainment by primarily to the majority of the people who watch me. Or, you know. But anyway, it doesn't matter. Increase the limit. It's at 250 already, mate. But that wasn't the question. Is there a way to slow down migration? That's what we're talking about. It's okay. I'm probably about 17th monitor in most people's brains. In Lightroom, and you have me on in the background. That's fair. It's totally fine. I would probably have me on in the background too. On one of 5 monitors? Wow. 5? Remember talking about how I wanted more monitors, and somebody I know was just like, wait, how many monitors do you have? And I was like, 3? Their response is, how do you use 3 monitors? I'm like, how do you not use 3 monitors? I have 3 monitors and I need more screen real estate. Like, it would be genuinely helpful to have a 4th or 5th. Genuinely helpful. Also, it's so windy outside, I can feel the wind hitting me here in the apartment. It is so nice. I am so happy that summer finally fucked off here. It was getting a bit long in the tooth. Can't go back once you have more than one? No, no, certainly. Certainly. If it would only fuck off here in the south, just move north. Forehead. Could probably use more. I would really like to just have like an ultra wide monitor along the top. Like people who watch the stream probably have seen this before, but this is my monitor setup, right? I got screen 1, screen 2, screen 3 with chat, and then thingy at the bottom. I would like just a big one all the way across the top up here, because if I had a big one across the top, I could just, I don't know, be browsing Reddit or something. And that would definitely help my productivity. Mm-hmm. Definitely. Have it display dwarf stocks. Is it weird that I'm somewhat surprised that that isn't like a clicker already? Dwarf stocks. Like adventure capitalist, but fantasy themed. Corner desk sucks sometimes. I had a corner desk while growing up for a little bit. I don't think I'll ever do a corner desk again. What I would really love actually is an office about twice the size so that I could have my record player over here and actually have enough space to put a cassette deck into this pre-stream music setup again. The real question here is, why no brew drinks? Okay, so we're out of fermentable plants. Got it. Okay, well, let's just do that, dwarves. Come on. And while we're at it, let's also build a little walkway across here. There should be people coming up to, you know, do the plants thing. Relatively soonish. Merchants. I was about to remove my trader from there, but unless they just don't want to. Maybe I just need to increase the priority. Oh, it's priority 2 already. Oh, priority 1 it is. Oh, on Duck Duck Goose. It took me a second. I was like, what is DDG? Right, Duck Duck Goose, of course. Every result on Duck Duck Goose for dwarf trading is DF related. Well, working as intended, I suppose. And Day Space, thank you very much for the 7th month with Prime. Welcome back. Appreciate you. There we go. Drinks are going again. All right, so let's dig this down a layer once all this is done. Got dwarves upstairs gathering plants. This one is frustrated about living an unexciting life for too long. Wants to fight and be with your family and have martial training. Your dreams of creating a great work of art in this dream was realized. All right, you know what, Peak? If you genuinely want that kind of training, I will give you the job. Assuming I can find you in this list. Welcome back, Laya. All right, so we were talking back and forth a little while ago about lowering the dwarf settings. I think we'll do that just because chat is indecisive and silly, so. Population cap, let's go 50. And the hard cap's gonna be 60. And once I'm done building my big hole in the ground and we have bedrooms, then we'll just set her to, 300 or whatever. And bring the dwarf population up. But for right now, it be this. Speaking of. Now let's see. Do I get 2 or are you going to go above 50 game? 3? There you go. 49. We got a glazer, a mason, and a bookbinder. It's my mess, says the bookbinder. Everything's good, says the glazer. And the mason says, it's great when we can all get the chance to be merry together. And scrolling up in chat a little bit, this was like 5 minutes ago, but why am I polishing the cave so that the walls look smooth? Obviously. Because this is going to be our home and I want it to look fancy. It's really that simple. I can hear them pumping concrete outside. Chat, I gotta use the toilet real quick. I'm gonna let you guys follow this here Dwarfus, Kel, and I'm gonna go use the toilet. If I could just, get a big round of beers, and if you happen to have sound commands, now's a good time to use them to entertain the chat. Thanks for everybody for hanging out so far today. Remember, gifting subscriptions are 25% off and discounted. I'm sorry, I have to sell out a little bit.
See how he bites off the shell to get at the nut?
Cheese for everyone!
Crypt beer, crypt L, crypt R.
Swedish EOD, thank you very much for the 7th month. Welcome back. It's good to have you. Got dwarves brewing drinks from plants. And dwarves receiving stuff from plants. Actually, you know what? We'll get them wrestling in here again. So they at the very least are doing something. Oh, shit. I just learned that I fucked up, chat. I fucked up. I didn't build my little silly pillar here. So I get to do this. It's fine. Not hard to unfuck. I just have to fix it now. 'Tis all it means. That dwarf brought a lamb up here. There's pupper blood over here. And giant flying squirrel blood. It begins. I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to go down here. I'm going to extend the sandstone down here slightly. And I'm going to put a mechanics shop in here. And this mechanics shop is going to make us some cage traps. And I'm also going to make cage. Just 10 of them. It's the point of the process, Phoenix. It's to make you jump. Well, it's supposed to make me jump, but I barely even notice it anymore. I mean, it pretty effectively made me jump a while ago, but it's gotten less effective as time's gone on. A friend of mine just sent me tickets to a Joy Division cover band called Pansy Division, which, while I do enjoy Joy Division, I have no interest in seeing a Joy Division cover band. I think he just thinks the name is funny. Which, I agree, it is kind of funny, but like... mechanic. Yeah, we'll just keep making mine of sandstone. It's got a nice color to it. Angry dwelling upon a petition for the domination of mountains being ignored. Yeah, well, I'm sorry, okay? I'm too busy digging a really big hole to really worry about your demands right now, okay, Dwarf? Sheesh. Anyway, this is the last portion of the big hole that we're digging, so... At least for right now. There's going to be another addition to the big hole that we're going to start digging. But this portion of the big hole, this is as far as it's getting. Diggy hole, damn it. Diggy the goddamn hole. Although before I do the diggy of the hole, I have to go up to here. And connect this. That exists already? Wait, really? Huh. I'm kind of not surprised. I will never really underestimate the ability of Joy Division fans to mock themselves, though. Let's throw another one in here. Hopefully they can get that done. Although my favorite name for a cover band of all time is a Canadian Sex Pistols cover band called Fucking Guns, which is just very funny to me for a variety of reasons. And then there's the Vancouver-based Iron Maiden cover band, Power Clown, that, as far as I know, are indefinitely disbanded because one of them thought it would be a good idea to sneak heroin into Japan during their Japanese tour. or their tour in Japan and Korea. Which, in case you didn't know, really bad idea. Don't do that. It's like maybe the worst place in the world you could smuggle that stuff to, frankly. So I think he's got like a 20-year sentence or something insane like that. Play stupid games, win dumber prizes. Yeah, no kidding. No, they really do not like that sort of like goofing. That is a very good way of putting it. They do not like that type of goofing. Singapore would be worse. What would they do to you in Singapore? I've never really looked into like Singapore's drug tolerance laws, to be honest with you. I just kind of assumed that they're strict. They'd execute you? Really? Wow. Huh. I mean, heroin's pretty bad, but like, I suppose. Now, is that just for possession, or is that for the smuggling thing? They cane you too? Really? People still do that in the world? I wouldn't last very long. Deduk, one of my crafts dwarfs, is in a strange mood. Very satisfied at work. This dwarf actually made a friend. Tekid here. This dwarf has a good friend. Well, that's nice to hear. They've, claimed a stoneworker shop. I was expecting them to go for, like, the craft store shop because of the crafting jobs, but stoneworkers it is. 2 pounds of cannabis? Jeez, and I thought Texas was ass backwards. I mean, they are, but like, wow. Couldn't imagine living in a third world country like that. I know they're not a third world country, but I refer to any country with like obscene cannabis laws as a third world country. Because it's so bass-ackwards to me. Skeletons is what you... Okay, do I even have a butcher shop yet? I don't think I do. I will just plunk down a butcher and Tanner up here. And we will butcher a yak bull. I'm going to denutify a couple of these creatures as well. Not super hard. As in it's easy for them to enforce it, or they're bad at enforcing it. But yeah, no, I mean, my habits, I suppose, keep me from traveling to a lot of places in the world. And there's a large portions of the US that I will just straight up never go because it's like, well, yeah, I would like weeds so that I can sleep and not have night terrors. But, you know. There you go. That was just really, yeah, it was very strange phrasing. Like, the phrasing could have been interpreted almost in either direction. Okay, dwarf ran off. I'm assuming grabbing bones. I'm just kind of under the assumption right now that I need to hit the cavern layers. I kind of have an idea on how I'm going to build houses, and hopefully they end up looking as cool as I'm imagining them looking. But what do you think of this fort so far aesthetically, chat? Is it working? I mean, obviously this area's got a lot of details to go. Big hole, good. Yay, thumbs up. Okay, let's do that. Looks good. Needs more flux. Uh-huh. Dedok, the craft dwarf, has created Isdengalak Faziskulet, a limestone door, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Edzul Ramtomb. I like the name Ramtomb. It's like, I'm gonna just... Tomb! I'm gonna ram you into this tomb. Not gonna survive. Guts, glory, ram. It's worth 4,000 Dwarf bucks. This is all craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of round limestone cabochons and bronze and yak bone. On the item is an image of artichokes and rock crystal. So the dwarves want us to build a temple to the god of metals. So what I think we're gonna do is, because I'm gonna dig out this wall. Before I dig out this wall, this is as low as I'm going for this main layer. I will build a temple here. And then we're going to dig down on the other side and connect it to this, by the way. So that's kind of the plan. There's going to be lots and lots and lots of flux in this map. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go... Well, actually, let's do this way. Chalk roads it is. Well, let's go with limestone for this initial prototype. So this is going to be that demanded temple to the god of metals. And because it is the most popular religion in this faction, I'm just working under the assumption that there's going to be lots of dwarves who want to worship this god. I think that works. We'll build up and put a roof on it. Make it look all nice. Do you benefit from placing that special door in your fort, or is it just worth more to sell it? It's untoppleable, but toppleable items are kind of buggy right now. So I will be using it in my fort. It would be very undwarfy to be getting rid of artifacts. But yeah, I think it depends is the correct answer. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go down to this series of walls here, make this all into a zone, and I'm just going to dedicate it to that temple so that they start getting happy thoughts about it. New temple. The denomination of mountains. Oh wow, we actually lost some worshippers. Oh no, sorry, we gained 2. We didn't lose any. Helps dwarves moods when they use it. Well, it's a high-value door, so they're more likely to be like, feels happy near a tastefully arranged door, or whatever the fuck. I, for one, enjoy admiring Legendary Door by Legendary Dwarf. And there we go, all the way along the top. Admire Legendary Door by Legendary Dwarf, and all dwarf go on with their day. But day slightly improved due to being able to admire Legendary Door. Looks a crappy wooden early game door. That door, I'll have you know, will disintegrate into nothing in a few hundred years. So it is very irresponsible for you as a dwarf to leave that as a door. I'm just saying. Also, I'm curious about something. I just want to look at something out of curiosity. So if tier 3 subs are 25% off, okay? And Twitch streamers who are partnered on Twitch get 70% of tier 3s, doesn't that mean it actively costs Twitch more if people gift tier 3 subs right now? I feel like they didn't think that one through. It like just occurred to me. I guess if you want to make the most of the current sale on Twitch, that would be the way to do it. So many things getting forbidden, holy shit. It's a percent on a percent. Nope, our split stays the same. That's the way it's always worked for the sale prices. So Amazon eats the difference, or actually specifically not Amazon. Teamfight Tactics is paying the difference. So I don't get 50% of the whatever amount you paid for the discounted sub. I would get what I would get for a normal sub, and Amazon eats the difference. So, no. My amount does not change. Queue up some more rock doors. Assuming I don't bump my mouse and cancel it. I've got so much limestone. Holy shit. That's a lot of limestone. All right, let's go to tasks. Just going to be doing this in here. Holy crud. When life gives you limestone, make limonade? You mean limeade? I don't think it's called limonade. It's called limeade. Oh yeah, you're correct. I can do math. I swear. Is in another language too? Wait, really? Huh. More you know. Anyway, don't listen to what I'm saying. I can't do math, clearly. Let's use dolomite for the front of these, because I do have 4 dolomite blocks for some reason. And this right here. Why is there a bunch of yaks running around? Maybe it's because they're getting their nuts snipped. So is that Italian for lime or lemon? I don't know anything about Italian. So I'm hearing a bunch of police sirens right now, and it's reminding me of something tangentially related. Apparently somebody died in the underground parking in my building a couple of days ago and was found yesterday after they apparently estimate that he'd been there for about 5 days, which is a little terrifying. No foul play from what I've heard anyway, but he was somebody who would drive by most nights. Like I would see him driving home from work. He drove a pickup truck and he was a contractor, parked next to one of my neighbors. Know literally nothing about him. Don't even know what he looked like. I just know what his truck looked like. So I guess there's going to be a unit for sale or available for rent soon in my building. Probably got a ticket. Who's going to pay that now then? Underground parking in my building? No. No, you wouldn't get a ticket for underground parking in my building. You get a unit alongside of, or you get a parking space alongside of your unit, which is why I rent mine out in exchange to weed to one of my neighbors. I get weed for letting it use my parking spot. Hello, Atolus. How are you? You parked underground and then permanently underground. Yep. That's a little dark. Anyway, one of my other neighbors last night was saying, man, I wondered what was smelling so bad right by my parking spot. And it's like, that is slightly disturbing. So apparently he was found because a family member of his reported him missing. What are we up to today? I'm currently building a temple. And this is a new fort. It's got a really big hole in it right here that I've dug myself. And we are building a fort as we tend to. Now the question is, did I ever make those mechanisms? Because I'm not certain that I did. Nope, I did not. I thought I queued them up, but guess I didn't. Or a mayor, maybe? Hole for president. You know, honestly, it would be more effective than most politicians in our current era. What do I need? This. Mayor? Goblin for mayor. No. I mean gremlin. Cough. Let's do quiver. 20. Throw things into the hole. Oh yeah, no, it'll be a very effective hole day. We're gonna make sure that we keep this day whole. And it's already valuable enough to recognize priesthood. And, all right, chat. We've got many different options of who gets it. Who do you think, this is up to chat room, who do you think would be the best religious figure for this particular religion, the religion of metals? Which is, there's I'm Viviotic, Vinx, Banana Unlimited, Space Viking, okay? G-Fin or Glass Half Empty. Who do you think would be a religious person? I mean, frankly, I think it should be Glass Half Empty because obviously there's a hole in that glass somewhere. Report of 150 before making a policy. Go for glass. Glass half empty. All right, I will be ripping glass half empty. Oops, did I just select the wrong person? Well, I just debated all of you by misclicking, so I guess Saigon gets it. Oops. That's my bad. Rigged election, very much so. You'd watch those streams? You know, one of the best things about the pandemic was getting to watch a bunch of politicians play, or certain politicians play Among Us on streams. That was a good time. Need a recount? So this person, because they weren't named, is going to be Diamond Destructe. The Sacred Cave. She does not enjoy participating in physical confrontations, and she works to square this natural tendency with her respective martial prowess. She does not generally respond to emotional appeals and is greatly moved by art and natural beauty, and is troubled by this since she dislikes the natural world. She almost never feels discouraged and is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. Often acts with compassion, can handle stress, and has a greedy streak and tends to think before acting. And she thinks she's fairly important to the grand scheme of things. This dwarf's actually pretty good for this. Dreams of creating a great work of art and personally sees war as a useful means to an end and sees no value in holding back complaints and concealing emotions. She is married to Manom, who is one of my military squaddies. Your name got promoted with a space? Oh yeah, we've got extra space for your name, don't worry. The lawyer of the guy attempting to assure his associates that he is in fact not a cat was pretty good. I have no idea what video you're talking about, so I will simply smile and nod. But yeah, I genuinely think that, like, politicians could do to have a little bit more video games in their lives, because turns out, you know, it's such an effective form of promotion for a political campaign that Nintendo had to ban it. So clearly there should be more of that. Politicians all kind of suck. You kind of have to suck to be somebody who wants to control a lot of people. So I don't disagree with that statement, Ace. It's the same reason why a lot of billionaires suck. You know, there's people with a lot of power, or people who crave a lot of power, tend to suck. If you have to suck to get where you are, you probably suck. Oh, generally. Although you could say that about my industry too, so you could say that about a lot of industries, actually. Let's get that done, that done. And that done. Still one of the strangest changes that was made to this version of the game, in my opinion, is the fact that it now requires a pickaxe to remove walls. Well, isn't that pleasant? Saber is also about to be found dead. Do you know what's funny, Snowcade? Yes, actually. Well, more specifically, my fist's in a crowbar, but like... So this is a giant undead magpie. Great. Anyway, it's now killed Saber and Dishmap. So that's kind of great.
Bring
Accident!
Huh. I think... There's a lot of rotten stuff up there. I think I'm going to go down to this layer. Yes, game. I'm going to go down to this layer. I'm going to make us a real quick burrow. Can I do these on multiple levels yet? No, I can't. Sad. Turns out, I'm scared shitless of magpies. More like magpie. Or magpie, you know. Mag die. Die, mag. It's a very, very, very angry version of Mad Magazine. Die Mag, a fanzine that you do not want to fuck with. All right, now that I've done that, I'm going to call this burrow the very creative. I don't know why I put J's in there. Okay, hold on. Okay. Then we're gonna assign everybody to it and let them run inside. I wouldn't do it, Dwarf. I wouldn't do it. This isn't wise. You won't make it. Told you you wouldn't make it. Giant magpie corpse scratches the herbalist in the first toe. Rovod gets inside and then runs outside for some reason. To Vinx, in fact, and is now about to fall into a pond. And nose disappear? Okay, so you know what? I'm just going to lock this. If you are a dwarf in this fortress and still stuck upstairs, I will let you in, lump. Okay. If you are a dwarf who's still in the fortress, who's still stuck upstairs, we'll help you eventually. Maybe. But unlikely. Crossbows. But the problem is, I don't actually have any way of training crossbows at this exact moment in time. Because I haven't actually found metal. Nor do I have enough leather to really consistently make quivers. Although I have started a few. The problem is, I very clearly don't have much leather. Yeah, I got 1 tanned hide. I've got 8 quivers. I've got 8 dwarves that could potentially have quivers. There we go. So let's get some more of these dwarves training. I also need to get them shields. What kind of evil biome am I in? Good question. I don't know. A zombie just showed up for the first time, and it rains blood sometimes. But what kind? Terrifying is the corner of the map. Top corner. Although I didn't actually think I settled on it, but I guess the game retroactively decided that I did, which I'm not super thrilled about. But, you know, here we are, so. 'Cause I was aiming for Untamed, but sometimes I guess you just get scary. Nerian, thank you very much for that Prime subscription to the channel proper via the land of the subbed. Appreciate you. Now's the time, after all. Take advantage of that sale. Holy shit, Deep Space. How many was 20? Dude, thank you. I totally clicked the wrong material type because I was marveling at that wall of subscriptions that just flew by. There's a sale. Gifting subs is 20% off, and subscribing is discounted too. Unless you're using Prime, in which case then it's just Prime. Saber's been missing for a week. So I've lost a handful of dwarves. I'm going to begin making a graveyard. I guess it's limestone slabs then. The size and aggressiveness of the animals in the vicinity is the difference. So calm surroundings, smaller animals that aren't aggressive. Sometimes, you know, you'll still get hippos, which can be aggressive. Wilderness surroundings, bigger animals more consistently that are consistently more aggressive. Untamed wilds, everything is big, everything aggressive, everything want you dead. And it gets progressively worse the longer you play in that area. Although sometimes will go away if you fight with all of the angry animals, and the number can go down slowly behind the scenes. But if you're doing a lot of stuff in their vicinity, they will get mad at you. Every once in a while you venture away from the land of YouTube. Well, hopefully it's still safe and cozy feeling here. In the land of not YouTube. I suppose we are finally making some bone bolts. All right, so I got the first temple constructed. Far from done, but at least we have it. All right, and as dwarves begin getting angry, because, you know, that's just inevitable to happen eventually, right? We are going to begin digging out this area. Let's see how far this aquifer goes. Actually going to turn down the priority on this, which admittedly is already pretty far gone. Underground huts look like a fun idea. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I like my forts to look like cities by the time they're done. It's always kind of a little goal that I have. And I just kind of want them to look like a place that would be inhabited, you know? All right, so we're going to knock this one down up here. Also, we are just one interaction away from a hype train. If somebody has a resub, or alternatively, cheers $1 in bits in the chat, or has a Prime sub up, could get a hype train, but it's also about to end, so. But seriously, thank you so much, Deep Space, for that absurd sub bomb. You're very kind.
I volunteer.
Well, I mean, technically you missed, but then Jetpack did the same thing. So it happened anyway. All right, let's start making sleeping spaces for these dwarves. I've got a bit of an idea on how I could do this. That could look pretty cool. Let's see. Yep. Okay, so I'm going to do a little square like that. Wrong button. Cut the corners off. Ones up top are going to get bigger suites. I guess those are the executive suites, maybe? All your forts end up looking like an ant colony? Yeah, no, I like that look too. The ant colony look. Although, let's actually build this one line further down this way. Hope I'm using the right boulders. Or the right colored rock. I think I did this one all chalk, so. There we go. We'll do that one. Bits for the bit train. Thank you very much for helping the train a tiny bit. Dogs one up. Appreciate you. All right, so since I'm doing housing that's probably going to have roads in between, let's do one up here. And then we're going to do this one up to here. That's interesting. How did I... Oh, I see how I screwed this up. Actually, you know what? Let's do this way. This one will be a little bit different in its look. Variations, you know? I want everything looking the same. You tend to go for the apartment look where each floor is set to a different use, but you like the bedroom floor and then an industrial floor and then the stockpile floor? I mean, have a system that works and stick to it. Don't worry too much, really. Is what I would say. Do not worry too much. Just have a system that works for you and roll with it. Okay, so there's aquifer along there. Getting close to the point as well where I can start building my little river, which is obviously going to pop out here. So, little river number 1. We're going to start digging down this way. All right, so let's go and memorialize every single dwarf that died. Saber, Vinx, Dishmab, Reg, Rovod, and Unib. Chat room, thank you very much for that hype train with 21 subs and $1.25 or $1.45 in bits. Appreciate you, chat. And thank you so much to Deep Space for that 20 sub drop. You're very kind, sir. And the game decided to start saving. So I'm going to run an ad because it'll probably be done before the game is done saving. Maybe not. I will pause regardless. So that minimal content is missed. YouTube keeps asking me to learn more about family-friendly guidelines. I have no intention of making a family-friendly YouTube account, so why would I need to care about your family-friendly YouTubes? I don't market my videos as for children. I don't click the for children button. Why must I learn so much about what you want your children to see, YouTube? I'm not a kids-friendly channel. Damn it. Also, hey, Chups, you're a noble in this faction? By the way, thought I'd inform you. I'm not actually sure how that happened. Like, I know that you got named, but... as far as Dwarf Fortress indoctrination, I don't know about that. So, hold on a second. If an indoctrination is a long stay at a hospital, then would going to an outpatient center be an outdoctrination? I just, you know, I have to ask for confirmation purposes. You believe I am correct. Well, thank you. I wasn't too sure. Okay, well, we don't have enough beds yet, so might as well... Actually, shit, I hope I have wood. Did I ever make a wood stockpile? Yes, I did. Whew. Okay. Bed... 40. I don't know if that's 40 logs, but... It's okay. The ramps will all go away eventually. You're afraid for future wood critters. You know, sometimes I swear that I'm good at, like, following what chat's talking about. And sometimes I just look at it and go, right. I have no idea what I said 10 minutes ago. And chat's talking about something that makes even less sense. So I'm just sitting here being confused. Just honestly most of the time. Oh, if you're afraid of wood critters, wait, are you? Never mind, I'm still confused. I'm going to continue making this river, which is going to go down to here, then down to here. And then we're going to make this go all the way along. Be a good time. I can get... What? I'm very confused. Wait, was there really a dig order there? Okay. For a fortress, having combat logs in your head makes it extremely violent in your head. For example, you hit a goblin with a silver warhammer and his head is smashed into the rest of the body in your head and you picture it. I mean, you could also just choose not to picture it. I mean, or picture it very comedically. Usually when I imagine Dwarf Fortress things like that, it's extremely silly slapstick, and it's about as violent as, like, a Looney Tunes cartoon. But, like, sure, I could see why the game would appear violent. You're just saying it's not for kids? Sure, but, like, Looney Tunes is for kids. So, I don't know. I think Dwarf Fortress is for everybody. I don't think we should place restrictions on who and who cannot dwarf. I feel like Dwarf Fortress is a pretty wholesome look at things that could be horribly wrong. And for that, I think it's quite valuable. Also, this is going to be for power. You must be this tall to dwarf. Yes. Don't fear the dwarfer. We're also running low on Dirk. I go down here, suspend that because it was there, but that's not what my goal is. I'll actually go to here and we'll unsuspend a bunch of jobs. This fortress currently really reminds me of Sizzle Tongs for some reason. Any dwarf over the height of this clearly is an imposter, definitely isn't actually a dwarf, and far too tall. So if you see a dwarf this tall coming into your fortress, it's definitely a human lying about their identity. Never believe such lies. I always kind of love that about Dwarf Fortress when, like, characters are just like, I am this person. And then you look it up in Legends, it's like, that person is a goblin. So they're impersonating a goblin. But it's like, you're a 7-foot-tall human impersonating a 4-foot-tall goblin in a dwarven fortress where everybody is 4 feet tall. It's like something about this impersonation means either A, you're extremely good at impersonating, or B, dwarves need, to think sometimes, maybe. Too much to ask, probably. And then, yeah, the one dwarf who's actually that tall is just like, I feel called out, sir. Why not just impersonate your own species? Yeah, like someone normal. The cheesemaker has been possessed. Perfectly normal cheesemaker afternoon. I will pay a degree of attention. There is a dead giant... Oh, no, never mind. Not a dead giant sponge. I thought it was a dead giant sponge. Mysterious construction already. I can't tell what they even claimed because of all of the... I also canceled 4 of these. You can't make food stuff that's artifact. Consumables cannot be made into artifacts. I do also need to queue up more doors.
Honk.
Tell that to your sister. I mean, I don't think I need to. Napalm Sideburns, thank you very much for the 10th month. Welcome back. It is good to have you. And Dodak the Cheesemaker has created Onul Dumb. I would like you to know, chat, I am personally offended on behalf of Onul. On this one, any dwarf named Onul, I'm very sorry for you. Because no, Onul is not in fact dumb. However, Vogel is awesome for keeping that subscription alive with Prime for the 7th month, just like Napalm for the 10th month. There's so many goddamn beds that I need to place, and so many goddamn boulders here. There's so many boulders. I'm gonna place 2 of these down here because I need assistance in clearing all of these fucking boulders. Alright, well I can set 2... Alright, well I can set 2 bedrooms now. Not enough gates, no. Seems like, Vumi, or Voon, has claimed, or is sleeping in this bedroom. Purple channeled, that's a name. Channel Purple. Maxwell, thank you very much for that brand new Prime subscription. Appreciate you. All right, let's do that. This stuff's immediately forbidden again. Leave this one suspended so that they just do that first. Fortunately, we're underground, so I can build roofs after I've made these into actual functioning bedrooms. Magpie as well, thank you very much for the Prime subscription. Cheers, friend. There's an undead one of you that was on the map surface, which is no longer on the map surface. Now it's just ostriches. Which means I assume that I can open this up again, but we just have to be careful. The undead magpie appears to have sawed it off, which is good. So, now the question is, where do I put... Where doeth I put tombs? I think I'm going to do... I'm going to cut out a bit of a bigger area. And in the midst of digging this, once we get it looking decent, what I would like to do is we will dig a stairwell down. Because tombs should be deep. Tombs should be deep. We're going to properly honor our dead. And the way I'm going to do this... Let's go down to layer -10. I don't actually know how deep this map goes. I haven't looked. So that's technically... Let's find out. Layer -129. I hope they hit the caverns. That's my goal. Also, yeah, I tend to agree that an undead magpie is a bad omen. I tend to agree on this. So, chat room, I fully plan on doing a some marathons at the beginning of next month. I don't know exactly what day I'm gonna start. It's likely like the 2nd or 3rd, probably, probably the 3rd, actually. And then basically run into the weekend or something. I'm not entirely sure if it's just going to be like me streaming extra long periods or if it's going to be a straight up subathon. I haven't decided yet, which is maybe bad. I should probably wait until I decide what I'm actually doing before I announce things like this. But at the same time, I don't really want to... Yeah, I haven't decided if I want to do a subathon yet, but that is a definite possibility. Although we do have some dwarves, which means it's time to name some more dwarves. So I'm assuming these dwarves are just going to bring us up to the population cap of 50. So if you would like a dwarf chat, say pick me. Das Space knows what's up, so Das Bass, or Dayspace, is not a private person, freely shares details of his life, and forms only fleeting and rare emotional bonds with others, so probably has an Instagram, Facebook, WhatsApp, and Twitter account, and uses a Huawei phone, and also has a QQ account, just cuz. He is somewhat quarrelsome, and he is bothered by this since he values friendship, also accepts all cookies, and tends to avoid any physical confrontations, and works to square this natural tendency with his respective martial prowess. And he tends to be passive in discussions and can handle stress, and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. He dreams of creating a great work of art. You're a king, so you guess you shouldn't. You are, in fact, the king. Plick me. He personally is put off by family and doesn't see cooperation as valuable. Speaking of plicking me, I will plick you, Nerian. That looks like an L, so that's why I'm saying plick it. Plick me. Whoops. I can type. The Lady Nerian. She feels a strong need to pay back any favor done for her. She has an overinflated sense of self-worth and can be very single-minded, does not trust others, and tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions. She is quick to form negative views about things, and she is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture, occasionally overindulges and tends to be swayed by the emotions of others, and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time. She dreams of ruling the world. Not particularly ambitious, eh? She sees power over others as something to strive for, and sees introspection to be a waste of time, and respects perseverance. And she likes lay pewter, onyx opal, and giant ostrich leather. She is not married and has no friends, like most people who want to be in charge. Next up, we have Zulban, who I'm going to name Acre. Acre is a traitor. Definitely not a traitor, but definitely a traitor. He is a vulgar being who does not care a lick for even the most basic rules of civilized living. He isn't particularly ambitious, and he tends to be swayed by the emotions of others. He is moved by art and natural beauty, and he is troubled by this, since he dislikes the natural world. He is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger, and he has a greedy streak, generally acts with a narrow focus on current activities, and occasionally can overindulge. He finds obligations confining, though he is conflicted by this for multiple reasons. When he's thinking hard, he has a habit of licking his lips, and he rolls his eyes when he's annoyed. He talks to himself when he's trying to remember something and needs alcohol to get through the working day, and he personally doesn't see the attainment of knowledge as important, doesn't see cooperation as valuable, and dreams of raising a family. He likes gypsum pewter, brass, and red zircon. Welcome to the fort. Acre. Next up, we got a doctor named Drunken Hammers, which is a very good name. This can be... Mom is the Wolfie. This is Mom Izzy Wolfie, who is 81 years old and also has no friends. She is easily moved to mercy and is inattentive to detail in her own work. She lives a fast-paced life and occasionally overindulges, tends to not be swayed by the emotions of others, by emotional appeals, and she prefers to present herself modestly. She has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others, and she often feels discouraged. There's a naked person there. She's brave in the face of imminent danger, and she doesn't seek out excitement, and she is very humble, and she has a sense of duty. She tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects, and tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions, and tends to only ask others, and tends to... Oh, we're finding all the dwarves dead. She tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions, and she isn't particularly curious about the world, chews her lips when she's angry, and always takes a deep breath when she's nervous. She needs alcohol to get through the working day, and personally respects commerce, and sees those that engrade and trade, and she respects commerce and those that engage in trade and sees war as a useful means to an end. This is like anti-you. I feel like it's either like hauntingly accurate or hysterically inaccurate, and there's like no in between with Dwarf. There we go. That's the tool I needed. Limestone. This. Limestone. 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 Guess what? More limestone. Step right up. Surprise. Limestone. More limestone. More limestone. Limestone. And more limestone. That wall finally got doneses. They tend to share the liquor while they give you amputations. Well, I mean, that is the most Master and Commander line I've heard in a while. Speaking of, I should rewatch that movie. I wonder if that movie's any good still. I remember loving that movie when I was younger. I feel like it's either still decent, weirdly racist in some way that it's not intended to be, or still decent. Like, that's a good movie. I need to rewatch that movie. It's been a while. Like a decade or more. I'm just suddenly reminded of, like, the brain surgery sequence, which, you know, is a great sequence to be reminded about in any video game, just ever, right? Or not video game, in any movie, just ever. The brain surgery bit, the bit where they did the brain surgery. I remember that. So I think this is going to be a little graveyard. Make it into a little shrine. Maybe a statue garden or something. Also going to make some rock coffins. Wait, really? Wolfie? This game runs well? That's good to hear. I mean, it's had so many performance increases recently. And, like, this has always been a game that's, like, designed to run on very outdated hardware, which, believe it or not, for some portions of the community, that is, like, the goal of the game, which I agree. I personally, like, I think Dwarf Fortress should run on as many different systems as bloody possible, because that, like, to me is part of Dwarf Fortress's mission statement, that it should be as accessible and playable as possible. But there are actually some people out there that were really just like, no, like, this game shouldn't run on Windows 95 anymore. That's ridiculous. And you know what? They might have a point. But I like that it runs on literally anything. Oh, I can turn this off. Your computer is a broken mess and you like being able to play Dwarf Fortress? Yeah, no, I agree. Like, people should be... Oh, that was exactly what I was looking for. Sweet. I have discovered an expansive cavern deep underground, and before literally anything else happens, I'm going to go into custom difficulty settings and be all like, two and 4 instead of 10 and 50 because I can't be asked. That's a pretty little cavern. Just looking where I'd need to seal off. Basically just along here. And like over here. Has what been fixed? If it doesn't run on a smartwatch, you don't want it. You know, I want to make some dig about how no smart people own smartwatches, but like, I feel like I might be unintentionally being mean to my audience. Chat, do you own a smartwatch? Just yes or no question. Chat survey, let's go. Do you own a smartwatch? Is the first question. Yes, no, 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 nah, no. Okay, so for those of you saying yes, would you be offended if I made fun of people who own smartwatches? Those are the two questions. If you strap it to your wrist and call it a watch, then sure. Femix. Oh, I guess, no, I do still need to seal off the... Ooh. I found a Kinder Surprise egg. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna let this lava out. In before there is an actual demon in here that kills my whole fort. Actually, you know what? I'm just for reasons. For the gloved crests, what does that mean? Is it a whole group of people will join your fort? The gloved crests, so they want to join your fort? What purpose do they want to join your fort for? It should say. Like, do they want to entertain citizens and visitors? Are they... T-Rex spawns a demon. Free lava forge. I mean, I could do that, or I could just, like, channel it out and get the gems. A group of entertainers. Okay, so, like, if you look at your visitors list underneath others on the creatures screen, it should say who a visitor is, and it's pretty likely that one of them is in a meeting right now asking your manager. You can click on them and see who their friends are. And those are likely going to be groups, members of their group. It could be one dwarf, it could be 12. It could be a bunch of elves. It could be goblins. It could be a plump helmet man. All right, well, that answers that. So, still no metal. But on the bright side, I can move most of my livestock down here. Dwarf, what are you doing? Oh. I feel dumb. So really haven't gotten my my growing seasons correct yet, have I? At least we'll get pigtails in the summer up here. All right, Dwarf, you got to get out of here. Wolfie, stop drinking water. Please. Please? Tweety, there you go. There's also some right here. as far as gems go. No lava in that one, though. This is a lovely spot right here. But mostly because you don't like your phone ringing, but still want to know when you get messages and you don't really use it much outside of that. Yeah, I was one of those people who, when I got my first smartphone, I was like, I'm never going to have to wear a watch again because I always hated wearing watches. And now that smartwatches exist, I'm just sitting here going like, but why? We improved everybody's life by making it so that nobody really needed to wear watches. Why is everybody wearing watches again? And like, I guess people like wearing watches. I don't know. I understand the benefits of a smartwatch. I just hate having things on my wrist. You kind of miss wearing watches? I mean, I missed cassette decks, so you know, we all have our weird things that we miss. Some more down there. I was really wishing I would have found at least one metal ore by this point, but... Alright, so I'm going to make a pen pasture down here. I'm going to assign basically everything that's currently assigned up top to down here. Oh, look at this. Pigtails are starting to grow. Those ones are still dead. Cheers, Fractal. Thanks for hanging out today. Just to check why it's vibrating. See, I just fixed that problem. My solution to that problem was simply remove all notifications. So, like, you know, I guess we all have our own solutions to that issue. Some people buy a smartwatch, and some people just disable all notifications. I mean, really, whatever works. I know it's a pedometer, but that's not how my brain reads that, Invisible Man. A giant olm. Oh, I was going to say, where is this giant olm? It's right here. Let's see what my military is capable of. I'm going to need to put down some cage traps everywhere. They are punching it. G-Fin is punching it quite a lot. The recruit has bit it, in fact, and is biting it. They're continuing to fight with it. G-Fin is terrified while in conflict. Either it is vomiting and nauseous. I feel kind of bad. I would like to keep this giant olm as friend, but it clearly isn't an option in this instance. We will hopefully get to be friends with other giant olms in the future. Why is there... Oh, that's a baby. I was like, why is there a naked dwarf there? Because it's a baby. I'm going to say somebody's trying to haul this, but... All right, over here we got this. Let's get these slabs constructed. We're also going to build a tomb. Now the question is, where do I put this tomb? That is the question. I'm kind of thinking in here. What do you think, chat? Because we've got this lovely construction down here, which I can build inside of. I could put a nice little row of tombs all the way along this. That's the only time you wear it anymore? Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, I've thought about buying like a Linux smartwatch a couple of times. Just because it seems like a fun proof of concept thing to fiddle around with. But whenever I like actually look into it, I'm like, okay, so how long would I actually fiddle around with this thing before I just lost all interest in it? And the actual answer to that is very, very quick. So then I just kind of don't. This is going to be my crypt. This is going to be a lot of tombs. Maybe a bit overkill for what we need right now, but it'll work. All right, let's do that. You kind of want a pine time, but you know you wouldn't use it as much as you'd want to. Yeah, which is why I don't do it. I think that's called a smart buyer's decision. Is not buying the thing that you know you won't use enough to justify actually buying it. All right, so I found all of these fancy gems. Let's just keep digging down. It's gonna be a lot of digging. Because what I would really like to find is lava. Remember, I haven't finished building my bedrooms yet. In fact, we've barely started working on bedrooms. Isn't it, like, always on sale? Pine stuff is always super cheap. Because they don't really put anything super expensive in anything that they make. Although I'm finally out of my phone contract. And so suddenly all of these, like, boutique phone manufacturers are, like, kind of appealing. Casket is a bed? True. It's a permanent bed. Unless you're a vampire. But vampires in Dwarf Fortress don't sleep in caskets, unfortunately. You love their soldering iron? I almost bought their soldering iron for my dad. Almost. Didn't, but almost. I did genuinely think about it for a little bit. Man, today's stream's gonna feel so short. Human caravan has arrived for trading purposes. They got many amulets for trading. I've looked at the thing a couple of times, their soldering iron, and then not bought it because I'm like, I don't have anywhere to solder. Like, literally. Also, Manic Racer, hello. I mean, it's just like the word therapist, right? It's like the one time you, like, space it out to the rapist, it stops being therapist. It's now impossible to read it anymore. There's a few words like that in the English language. And there's another real. Have you never seen the hyphen, like not the hyphen, but the therapist.com that got blacklisted from Google because Google thought it was the rapist? There was a bunch of like issues with that in the internet at one point. Oh, moher. Oh, meow, ner. I mean, you know, when I was a small child, and my mom was giving me some spelling quizzes. She asked me how to spell Madagascar, and I was very proud of myself that it was literally Mad-gas-car. Wasn't it? It was something else. Yeah, manslaughter is man's laughter. I think you're right, Presme. I think it was Therapist Finder or the Rapist Finder. I recall something about that. All right, so I need cloth. So I'm going to request cloth. But my broker decided to go brew drinks from fruit. Well, that's a little awkward, because I don't really have a military yet, because I don't have any metal yet. Although this one does have Edutelational Resa Kugan, which is a steel spear. Ooh, schwanky. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It menaces with spikes of chicken bone. Yeah, but SNL is outdated and irrelevant. Nobody genuinely cares about SNL anymore, right? Right? Right. Okay. Anyway, so this is a funny, very funny, a funny Tress Jules the Golden. The caravan brought a military? Yeah, and I have some cage traps. I mean, like, alrighty, dwarfs. Get underground. So now the real question is, why is there an ostrich in my fort? Cossack Makola was found dead. Punted into the water. There's also... this person here is dead. The Etten is, like, covered in blood and is punching the ever-living crap out of glass half empty. Who is one of my recruits. I'm just going to send my squads up. See if we can get them to fight them. Why can't I target them? That's bizarre. I'm just gonna turn this back off. Oh, it is on. Or, okay. Anyway, glass half empty is now dead. Yeah, but remember how I just stated that they're not relevant? Doesn't matter how old they are. Well, I did tell them to station. Let's tell them to stab. Let's go kill a funny Etten. Yeah, I don't think I've ever actually watched a single episode of SNL in my entire life. Hence my indifference of it. Huh. My dwarves have arrived. The geared bow, led by Tel and Artho, come running into the fort, or into the fight, and are now punching the creature, bashing it in the head with their wooden crossbows. And they're glancing away. In fact, they are doing literally no damage. And look at that, G-Fin's dead. Tel and Artho's probably about to be the same. Just got knocked out of a tree, in fact. This was a horrible idea. Rip you. Oh, damn right, rip you. Now, the question is, where are the rest of my awful military dwarves? Okay, well, there's another one, now dead. That's Manon. Alphonse, who actually, believe it or not, is a legendary everything. So can Alphonse fight it by himself? That is the question. Is attacking it, but only doing minor bruising damage. Wild Peak over here is dying, which is very sad, because Wild Peak was in the fort for quite some time. Are you going to be able to beat it to death with your crossbow? That is the question. He is bruising it repeatedly with the worst melee weapon in the game, a crossbow. Made of wood, nonetheless. We now have a steel spear, so we have acquired some weapon. And then a dwarf with a pickaxe, which is slightly more effective than everything else here, shows up. Yvel is here helping, and striking the Etten with his copper pick, fracturing the skull, and hurting its right hand. Even more dwarves show up for the fight, and continue to beat the ever-living crap out of this Etten. It's a good thing we prepped all of those permanent sleeping spaces. By that I mean tombs. I'm not going to get these dwarves back to training, except I'm going to change this squad to a spear squad, and then Edzul, you're going to be removed from here, and Edzul is going to be moved up to here. So where is Edzul? There you is, Edzul. Awesome. So by that, I mean, dude, don't equip some shitty axe. Go equip a spear. Confirm. Dude, we literally have an artifact spear. Go equip that. There you go. Dwarf search when? Probably after adventure mode, based on what Putnam said. Likely after adventure mode. Because it requires such huge code base rewrites that it's not going to happen for a while. So don't, like, cry and be sad and go, when did it happen? Because not for a long time. What is dwarf search? It would allow you to search through dwarves, theoretically. But like I said, it's going to require such a large code rewrites, it's not going to happen for a while. So it's not a priority. Dwarf Fortress is one of those games where if you're constantly bummed out by features that don't exist in the game, you will literally never enjoy this game. And my advice to you would either be don't play it, or play it in 5 years when those features you're bummed out or exist in the game. Till then, you're best off just not playing it and playing something else that actually gives you enjoyment. Because I get enjoyment from this game as is. And yes, there are some things that would be nice to have. Very much so. But I'm not going to go be sad that features that are very far off are not here yet. Nothing I can do about it. Not currently, Prismy. They have in the past. Which is why I really dislike speculating about this game. About things that could theoretically happen in the future, because, like, it just makes people sad that those features don't already exist. Which is like, yeah, no, fair. I get it. Let's make 9 more bedrooms. We got 2 more to do on the corner. It is raining goblin blood again. Speaking of raining, it's actually just raining outside. What's up, board guy? The one bed in the middle of the room looks menacing. You're gonna wake up and there's just gonna be ghosts looking down on you like... I don't know why my voice sounds like a shotgun or a machine gun. But let's go across here and block that. We need, so block this. Crondles! Abort! We're all fucked! Vile force of darkness has arrived! Run away screaming. Holy Crundles. Why is there so many Crundles? Get him, Raging Cave. Start smacking them in the head. They're going to make us cancel jobs. This is terrifying. There's dozens of them. Quick. Fix these walls. Lock them in. Do not let them access the fortress. We will never get them out. We have an infestation. It's horrible. They're terrifying. They are vile. They are Crundles. Are you ready to Crundle? Anyway, let's kill this Crundle. Crundle eggs, not a huge priority. Surprise. Cheesemaker's been possessed.
Over here, he has a sword.
Spear, actually. Also, are you ready to Crundle, by the way? Somebody needs to make that voice back. The merchants have embarked on their journey. I mean, I don't blame them. I would have too, at this point. Meanwhile, Raging Cave is just coming down here, massacring Crundles. Raging Cave has killed 3 Crundles. He's just like, fuck this shit. Here to mess all of you Crundles up. Same with Alphonse here, who, by the way, killed Darius once, who later became a king, has now killed 5 Crundles already here, as well as a giant Olm, is in fact wielding that spear in his left hand, and is just stabbing all of the Crundles to death, which is pretty great. I'm very happy with him being all super efficient at dispatching of this vile force of darkness. Let's actually just send him down here. Dwarf, where are you going? Can we please get this construction done? There we go. All right, now that that's done, you can go back to training. Cheesemakers and possession? It's a very possessive industry, I suppose. Especially because none of them are doing anything related to cheese. It's kind of a crime. Okay, so we are in midsummer, so I should go back down to that first cavern lair. Because more pigtails should be alive, which they in fact are. All right, so let's just go to this layer right here and see how many tombs need tombing. Crundles never end. Crundles are hysterical. Too many? Wow. That's low. Even by my standards, that's low. I found Cobaltite. Game, why do you give a shit that I found Cobaltite? I know I certainly don't. It's just Koboldite. I'd much rather find Cobalt loose anyway. Tekid, the cheesemaker, has created Nani Risudur, a limestone scepter, and offers it to the Mark of War. A limestone scepter. Glorious artifact. This is a limestone scepter. All craft store ship is of the highest quality, the highest possible quality. This object is adorned with hanging rings of tower cap and menaces with spikes of limestone. And I have a mayor who's Cat Dodger, by the way. Cat Dodger, you are the mayor of the fortress. I would like you to be aware of this, which means I must, by dwarven law, give you an office. Whether I like it or not, doesn't matter if I agree with the concept of giving you an office, but dwarven law decrees that I give you an office. So thus, I will give you an office. And also a dining room right next door. Because dwarven law decrees that I also give you a dining room. Koboldite is pretty. Uh-huh. And I have priorities, and it's not Koboldite. Why is there a cage in the expedition leader's office? Rock cabinets and rock coffers. Like 50 of each. The mayor demanded Koboldite furniture. Well, I mean, that would be a good, legitimate reason, but they haven't demanded anything, in fact. So I'm going to give that fancy ring we made earlier to the mayor so that they forgive us for me making them not making their housing quick enough. It's the mayor, so they get 2 thrones and 2 tables in their dining room. 1 in their office. Unless this is just the office and not actually the dining room. I hadn't thought about that. I tend to, like, clump all the offices up. Some migrants have arrived. Probably just 5 of them. Gotta finish this. This dining room is going to be assigned to the mayor. And this is going to be an office. And the office is also assigned to the mayor. They are not satisfied with either of them, and they also need a bedroom, because they don't currently have a bedroom, apparently. But I will be putting a pedestal into here. Back up to 48 Dwarf. 48 units of Dwarf. All right, well, a bunch of things are forbidden. One of these bedrooms I'm just making right now is going to get assigned to the mayor. Let's actually give this slightly bigger one that's currently Walsp's and give Walsp this one. Walsp, you can move your stuff over there because Mayor gets a slightly bigger bedroom. What's up, dork? You're late to the stream and can't stay too long. Don't worry. Today's stream is planned to be very short because I have an appointment this afternoon, which means hopefully I can make up for it with content tomorrow. Hopefully. Hopefully. Keyword here is hopefully. And hopefully tomorrow you will be content with my content. The first ghost of the fort has been put to rest, which is good. Anything with no slabs engraved is going to get a slab. New fort. Well, I mean, it was started the other day. So I guess this is technically day 2 of the new fort. But yes, we are in fact starting. Why is there blood in here? Oh, it's Crundle blood. Of course. Of course it is. Of course it is. Because of course it is. Okay, how tall is this? Pretty tall. So I'm going to also wall off this side over here. Oh, is... There's still Crundles in here, chat. Let's clear these Crundles out with steel! That is terrifying, because that would imply that we are making you into content. We're not satisfied until you are content. Is a terrifying slogan for anything. Quite literally anything. Uh-oh. Ah. Well, my militia captain is stabbing the Crundle in the head. And the Crundle is dead. Rest in peace, Crundle. The Crundle is dead. Lady Nerian is hauling bodies for us, which is very nice of her. I have a feeling I could probably place some more doors in here. Yep, just a couple more. Bunch of bodies being dealt with and put away. Gosh. Am I running DF hack? Why does everybody care? Yes, I'm running DF hack. All of the features of it are disabled, though. I will never fully understand people's interest in DF hack. It's like it allows for some useful debugging, but that's about it. I was hoping I would miss this one, but found the 3rd cavern layer. More opals and sapphires, but nothing else. Gosh. Alright, let's clear that. I would recommend you don't use DF hack. Because DF hack, unless you're the sort of person who constantly, like, if you're playing a Bethesda game, is opening and closing, what's the word? Unless you're the kind of person who is constantly opening and closing the, command console and using it to spawn items in, unless you're that kind of person, you really don't need it. I mean, DF hack allows for some pretty useful like debugging of the game and messing about with the game, and like it's useful if you're modding the game, but if you're just an average Dwarf enjoyer, I don't think it's even remotely necessary. But I will also state this, that is not the prevailing common opinion. I am the outlier on this take. Why would I judge you for playing a video game the way you want to play it? I'm just saying that I think it's a bad way to learn the game. But, like, why would I judge you? You realize it makes combat? It makes a lot more than just combat funky, but... Like, a lot more than just combat, but... More emeralds. I've only found one piece of metal in this entire fort, and it's native platinum. Which isn't very good for making weapons. Found more gems. I realize we're stuck in an ad right now, but I'm just digging around in these caverns. It's better for frames. We used to think it was better for pathing because mathematically it is better for pathing, but turns out it's actually just better for frames because dwarves seeing each other equals bad frames or hurts frames. So it stops dwarves from seeing each other as much, which is better for frame rate while running. That's why I do that. Because it's better for frame rate than the alternatives. I mean, I played Dwarf Fortress for like a decade without DFAC, back when everybody insisted it was mandatory to play. Which is partially why I have my takes, the way I have my takes on DFAC. Like, I don't think it's useless by any stretch. I think it's a good piece of software. I don't think it's necessary to enjoy the game the way a lot of people make it seem. That's basically my take on DFAC. I think it can be a very useful tool. I don't think it's necessary. I have no idea what you're talking about, Dork. Actually, go over, then one, then down one. It has opened up more of the game than DFHack did. DFHack doesn't open up the game unless you're modding it. Like, unless you are modding the game or are trying to look for bugs in the game, there is zero reason for you to actually have and use DFHack. Banana Unlimited is injured somehow. What injuries do you have? Upper arm is mangled. I need to build a hospital, I think. I have no idea what... Well, no, because there is no true creative... I mean, like, yeah, I suppose it could be compared to it. But do I have to compare everything to everything? Like, does everything need a direct comparison? But sure, I mean, if it's like console commands in Skyrim, I would say it's closer to that. There is no, like, I'm just going to click button and place square command in DFHack. You still need dwarves to build the thing for you. But you can, like, summon 200 steel bars in the middle of your tavern. Or, like, you know, drop lava on a thing. So to me, it's more of like it gives you the command console. So I don't, like, there really is no comparison to, I mean, I think I've made that comparison before, actually, now that you mention it. I'm, like, racking back through my memory. I think I have made that comparison before, but I don't think it's the best one. All right. Mayor is happy-ish. Happier. I've managed to build out my big pit and start the very early bits of the construction of this fortress. It's still going to be more of this, though, like the way it kind of drops down layers. And eventually, I would like there to be open skylights down into this cavern layer. And now that I know where this cavern layer is, that'll be much more attainable. The problem is, I haven't found any metal yet. We weren't supposed to have settled on a evil biome, and we have zombies. And I haven't found any metal yet. So that sucks. But I guess that's a problem for future me. Because current me has to be at a doctor's appointment in 50 minutes, and it takes about 35 minutes to walk there. So, unfortunately, chat room, I have to end early. Yeah, metal is supposed to be on this map. There's supposed to be iron. I found one tile of platinum, or like one tiny cluster of platinum, but you can't make weapons out of that. So I guess we're going to need to explore to this half of the map, basically. Because this corner clearly doesn't have anything. But, we will be playing some more of this tomorrow, chat. And tomorrow evening, I have a couple of different games I can mess about with. But tomorrow evening, there is some chance that I will be streaming some other game in the evening as well. But before I run off, chat, can you guys say goodbye to YouTube? For the lovely watchers on YouTube. So before I vanish, chat room, I have to say, real quick thank you. Today's stream is painfully short for me. I normally stream like closer to 12 hours, not 6. But it's my doctor's last like opportunity to see me before 2-month vacation. So